It's the Tonya bird, so don't you know? Like and share, let's make it glow. Flint City News, we bring the heat. When we fight, we beat defeat. I won't give up, I won't stand down. The city's heart will never drown. Together we rise, we've got the power. See, we find the hour. The residents deserve much more. Let's break these chains, open the door. The fight is ours, victory inside. Flint City strong, we'll make it right.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Look, I think my hat keeps being crooked. I don't know what this is about. There we go. There we go, y'all. There we go. Listen, good morning. It is a wonderful, absolutely beautiful Saturday morning. And if you are on the side that you woke up, as my grandfather said, if your name ain't in the obituaries, you good. Listen, lock in, drop in where you're from. It is a blessing to be here, and I'm glad to share this day with each and every one of you. I want to send a special thanks to my moderators, Patrick Jean and to Sheena Beckton, where outsiders are welcome. We're going to be just a little bit shady today. I want to send a special thanks to my producer, Producer Jay. How you doing this morning?
What's going on? You can't never be on time, can you?
Oh, y'all, check this out. This is not Tanya Burns' problem, okay? Listen, it is not my issue today. Producer Jay had us. We had a little technical thing. He was running a little bit behind. So your girl was sitting here ready to go on sipping her coffee. So, nope, not today. I was ready. Look, I done got up this morning, washed my hair, threw it back in the ponytail. I'm ready to go. So listen. Now I got to go all the way back up. And look, thank y'all for logging on and staying and waiting for us on Producer Jay on CP time. But, I ain't going to talk about Producer Jay. So listen, Producer Jay, are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm good.
That's what you're saying. We look, we're going to see. We got a lot of things to cover today, y'all. I am not going to be on here 19 million hours today. I promise y'all that. I promise that I will not. And so, oh my goodness. So I need to go back in on this other side to see where everybody is from, because I've seen, Pastor Thompson is in there with St. Mark's Church. I did see that. Y'all, look, we don't have staff. We are all the staff. So we are the staff. Just so everybody know. So look, throw some hearts, some purple hearts in the chat, please, for domestic violence awareness. If you need help to get out, there is help available. There is help. If you need help getting a plan, there is help. 1-800-723-799. We got that busting him. We're gonna put that up here. Producer Jaden threw us off, y'all. I'm blaming all this on him today. So, anyways, I got to get back into the part where, thank y'all for the hearts. Thank you. As many have been following, domestic violence is an issue in our country. We know that only 34%. We know that only 34% of people women and men, because this happens to men also, actually go to Why is this not allowing me to do that? To the hospital to seek help for injuries associated with domestic violence. And with this, many go unreported and many go back. The system often fails women, and there's so much that needs to be improved, so much. And so, what we want to do is highlight it and to give support, giving support. So, I'm going to go through on this end, y'all, to thank people because it'll show everything on this end. So, Lord, let me get back in. So, I want to say thank you to Avis Hopkins, Lydia McNeely, Terrard, Tara, Jessica Stewart, and here we is, and I ain't going. Y'all, those just make my day saying. Kathleen Trouser, Detroit Boy, good morning. Auntie M, Joseph Williams, JWC. We're gonna call her the official. I'm gonna get you together in the letter queen. Because she will write a letter on your behind and drop the pen on the paper on you. She didn't perfected that. Cheryl Hart, Luna Calloway Lang, Merck 76, Lenny 19 million hours, please. Something to look forward to. Listen, we ain't gonna be on here all that long, y'all. That. We got Tia Austin, Merck 76, Abandoned Fate. T. Austin, Dave Bergeron. Dave, you had a loss. My sincere sympathies and condolences to you and your family and friends. Sherry Allen, Stanley Wood. Stanley Wood stands up there, and when he plays at the end of that BS, but it says bull, that gives me life at times. Big Shady 11, Good or Black. Y'all know I love these names. Nakia Harris. Yeah, I'm sorry. Michael Clack. Debbie Clark. Diane Thornton, the twins. Carolyn Hendricks. Jeremiah Jackson. Customer service is something we don't get no more when you go out. But it's fun. Lenny. So listen, if I did not say your name, Melissa Zaremski, I got to go back over to here. So I'm trying to do two things. So I think I should be all caught up. Jonathan Joy. I don't even call you. I call you Tennessee. You are in my phone as Tennessee. Tennessee. So if I did not call your name, charge it to my mind and not my heart. Believe me, Producer Jay threw us off today, but I ain't gonna say that. So listen. If you today there is Oak Park, they are having their annual picnic. I believe it starts at 1 or 2 o'clock. So you can go over to that. There's also Back to the Bricks, Flint, technically / Grand Blanc. So slide on over to there if you want something to do in the Flint area or Genesee County. There are great things that are going on. Back to the Bricks. I went down there on Friday, and now they had 60 police. 30 from Flint and 30 from who were outside of Flint. And so there are plenty. It is safe. They even got snipers on the roof, so don't y'all cut up and do nothing. So good morning, Michelle Young. Good morning, Cynthia Robinson Blank. Good morning, Connie Lewis. So it is a safe environment if you want to go down there. They have planned for this one. Good morning, Avis. So they have planned. It is safe. Y'all know they ain't gonna let nothing come mess with their tourism, and that's not going to be messed up. So there's plenty of safe and fun things to do in downtown, and it goes all the way to Grand Blanc. If you there's a picnic at Oak Park, they welcome the community. Oak Park is Flint's first park in existence. It was originally called Tent City. Hey, Taylor, I got to call you later too. I got to call you. So. Oh, Lord, y'all, look, we're not doing call-in because Carl Lewis is on the line. Carl Lewis has been called in. Now, that's your 9 million times right there. He gonna call till he get in. He gonna call back to back. Good morning, Tasha Liv. So, okay. And look, much love to you too, Carl Lewis. So we're going to start off today with Oak Park is having the picnic. 2 o'clock, you're welcome. It's a barbecue. With the deal that was worked out with Ashley Capital, they were able to, it is funded for 10 years, Ashley Capital. Debbie Clark, thank you for the green super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Fran Anderson, good morning. So Oak Park is having their picnic today. And with their picnic, they're welcoming the community. So Oak Park is where the old Buick site used to be. I'm going to give some history as quick as possible, where they employed thousands of people for about 100 years. And back in, is it 1909, the park opened up, and it was donated by the Durant family, Durant family, and the park was tent city, where families lived because there was no place to really live. And they worked during the day, they in the plant, and they lived in like shanties and tents in the park because Flint had a housing shortage. So a lot of those families, when those homes were built, and you go all the way back, like over in Civic Park, you'll hear Maurice talk about the historic Civic Park. That was a big boom for them. It was not only good for middle class America, is when it really grew. Flint was thank y'all. My producer is on it. Look, producer Jay, thank you. Y'all give it up for the producer. So this is actually Oak Park. Oak Park was tent city, is where families lived because there was no housing, and they stayed in this park. And I forget about the number of years that it was open because Flint had a housing shortage. Also, I'm going to tell you how the housing shortage lasted for so long, because the housing shortage, like when our water crisis, some of the older homes they had galvanized, they had lead, their systems, water service line systems were made up of whatever material was available. And some of it was lead, galvanized steel, copper, very few were copper, but this is because it was a housing shortage. And so people lived in Oak Park. Just on the other side of Oak Park was Buick City. Thank you, Stanley Wood, for the green super sticker. And so Oak Park, once tent city moved out of there, it was the park that people lived in. Families went there. You'll be amazed the amount of people who said they lived there. My family lived at 757 East Baker Street. So it was East 757 Baker Street, and there was a store on the corner, and we had a duplex then. And my parents owned it, and the gentleman who lived upstairs worked at Buick City. You never really seen him. He went to work. He was up in his apartment. That's all I remember as a little girl. He wasn't really out, and he didn't drive. He did not drive. And so here we come into now Oak Park Buick City was torn down, demolished. We went through the land being contaminated, and parts of it is still contaminated. And then we have many people wanted to build on the Mahindra and other ones, and nothing came to fruition until Ashley Capital. The site is a brownfield, which means there's contamination throughout the site, and most people don't want to build on it because of the contamination and the specific ways that the government makes you clean it up. And so when Ashley Capital came and they said, hey, we got a deal, we want to build on the site, they purchased the site. And then there was many things that we went along through this to help assist them in making this come to fruition. So when it came to the brothers and sisters of Oak Park, these were families that used to live there. The families that used to live there had an annual picnic at the park that they would do. The park, there was all the houses down there are gone now, but they would still go down and do the picnic, and people would not as frequently because the park was decommissioned in 1984. It was decommissioned and by the voters, and the park was just kind of sitting there, but it would be mowed, and so people would still go there for the annual picnic. So comes Ashley Capital, and here we go with them 5 votes, y'all. Ashley Capital, one of the buildings they wanted the whole park. Literally, you had John and Sherry, Big John and Sherry would come to city council asking, well, they made us aware first what was going on. And their ask was, help them save Oak Park. Help them save Oak Park. So and it's funny because you never know what you're connected to. So getting involved, helping them save Oak Park was one of the things that I was passionate about. And then my colleagues were, well, some of us. For me, it was more passionate because I played as a kid in Oak Park with me and my cousins. That's when you went outside, you played all day long, you didn't come in, you drank from the water faucet in the park. And that's what or from the fountain in the park. And that's what we did. And so it's funny because when you get to talk where everybody lived and everyone grows up, my backyard, we didn't have a backyard in our duplex. Our backyard was all cement because it was like a shared parking lot. It wasn't weird then, but it's kind of strange now. And four homes shared what was to be the backyard, but it was a cement parking lot. And so you knew all your neighbors. You literally knew all your neighbors. We lived next door to the Mahans that lived right next door, but it was a very close-knit city or area. So let's get me back to the future. So now they're in city council saying, help save the park. They're told there is nothing you can do to save that park. The park is out of here. It's gone. It's hasta la vista. It's ciao baby. It's gone. And they kept coming. So we organized, we got together, updated their Facebook, held a rally, had some conversations. Bishop Bernard Joe Jefferson, John, Big John, Sherry, and the rest of the Oak Park brothers got together and made a change. There was one meeting where they were told, and at this meeting was Liddell Lewis, Judy Priestley, I believe Candace Machat was there, Juan Twez Davis was there. And they told them, I think maybe Candace wasn't there. I had to double check, but Quincy Murphy was there. The late Quincy Murphy was there. And look, I like your shade, Keisha Denise. And they literally told them at this meeting, well, there's nothing you can do. We have our 5 votes. Nothing you can do. The park is going to be sold. They were like, well, you know what? We're there all the time. Didn't want to hear it. And y'all know me and Ashley Capital did not get along because when it came up with all them checks, everybody was getting checks. I felt very strongly that when you have a project like that, let the project stand on its own. Do something good for the community. What is your give back to the community? So me and Mark Quimby, we had very, and he knew I wasn't his friend and I wasn't his friend. First time I met with him, it was very, we had about a 5-hour meeting and the meeting was 5 hours. And I told him, I said, you know what? It's not fair. Yours a business. One, you're coming into the community. You're telling me you have 5 votes. And they got a little wrench thrown in their 5 votes when Beverly Biggs recalled Councilman Quincy Murphy. And then Councilman Murphy passed away. And so that was unexpected because they were going to sell the park. So then it became, well, we may have to negotiate because we don't have 5 votes. And I met with Mark for the very first time, full transparency, as I've told everyone. Met with Mark. We may have had a couple of, the words weren't all kind, but we left with an agreement that we need to work with them, and Ashley Capital has a responsibility, and they wanted to do something to save the park because literally they had left that meeting defeated. I remember talking to Bishop Bernard Joe Jefferson, and she was like, no, they said it's gone. There's nothing they can do. They have the 5 votes. What can we do? We not giving up is what we gonna do. And John and Sherry have felt defeated. But God had the last word. And that is the truth. And so Ashley Capital had to rework the deal, which is like, this is costing me money. Yep, Mark. And you know what? It's gonna be okay because you're gonna be in this community. They have a project that's gonna start at Hamilton Street, going all the way down to Pearson Road, I believe. Pearson, is it Pearson Road? No, they're stopping at Stewart Street because I know Jim did go down to Pearson. And so you have a long committed time. They have another 10 to 12 years to build on this site. And if you go down there, you see the construction. Work the deal. We worked very well together. So I can honestly say something that came out of just turmoil turned out to be something that was so very pretty because the park worked agreement to save a portion of the park. They did because it was supposed to be a parking lot. It's going to be a parking lot. We're going to have a nice, beautiful asphalt parking lot. That's what it was going to be. And so my question to them was, we said, we need parking. I said, General Motors ran 3 shifts, first, second, and third shift. They employed over 70,000 people. Thank you, Avis Hopkins, for the $20 super sticker. Thank you. General Motors ran 3 shifts, first, second, and third shift. And they ran almost every day, depending on, they made tanks, they made cars, during wartime, they were working. And so you mean to tell me that a big company that ran for 100 years, they had a parking problem and the park was still there? You're not gonna be able to tell me that. You're just not. And so working that around, and we went back and forth and working with the brothers and sisters, they were able to work out a deal. And the deal was save a portion of the park. They did need a portion of the park. Kids don't go there to just play anymore. They don't do that. And so where there once was the swings, the hot slides that literally burn yourself on, literally you would, okay? There were swings, slides, tetherball, the dangerous merry-go-round. And so the park had been there where families picnicked and hung out and barbecued and everything else. So what he did was we worked out a deal with with Brothers and Sisters of Oak Park, and then with my little input. He told me I was costing him money, but I was like, you're going to be fine because I'm helping you to clean up your little whole reputation, how you came in here. And so what we ended up with was 2 pavilions, 4 barbecue grills, a pathway to walk around, re-putting up the tetherball, landscaping it. So there's a portion of the park with a history to show the history of the park. And I didn't send you that, Producer Jay. And so the history to show what it meant to the community. And this was a park that was integrated, so through the time it was integrated. And so to see and to be able to work with Ashley Capital to say, this worked. We're making space for the future was a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful thing. And so I was excited. My dad had told me, one of the things he had said, well, baby, I have those signs, and those are your signs. I'm like, what am I gonna do with a sign? Now, this was some years ago. And so when it came with this, I'm like, well, Dad, can we, I would, what do you think about giving the signs back to Oak Park? And that was a whole conversation with a whole bunch of, but baby, let me tell you this. Because he didn't appreciate how Ashley Capital was doing business. Never thought when I was a child that I would be on city council. Never thought that what was to be given to me, which was some old signs, I'll be donating back to the community. But guess what? We did. And so one of the things that we had was the original sign, and it was donated back to the community. And yeah, my internet is just so slow right now. Yeah, it leaves a lot to be desired. So this is one of the pavilions. This is new. We never had pavilions here before. We did not. And so there's 2 pavilions. There's a total of 4 barbecue grills. So you can go there, you can picnic. It is now a place for the community. Some trees were replanted, several trees were removed. So it's not just a parking lot. So when you have a new business, hey, John, thank you, Johnny G, for the $49.99 orange super sticker. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick Jing, for the $9.99 orange super sticker. Thank you. So when we have new business, this is the way you come in to work with the community. And this is the sign. So I actually, talking with Mark, we went back and forth. So Mark met me. This is the sign refurbished. It did not look like this when I gave it to Mark back to Ashley Capital. It did not. And so what they did was restored it. And so there was, probably about 6 weeks ago, I met Mark, and he's like, okay, well, this is where we're going to put the sign, and where we're going to put the tetherball. So they were really involved and able to, me working with him. I'm like, I don't think the tetherball should go there. Giving him the, when we did the sign, I'm like, Mark, putting the sign right here. We need to add something metal in with it to kind of go with the roof line of the pavilions aesthetically, to tie the eye from one end to the other end. And his architect, who was out there, added the roof on to the sign. And so to see the sign back up of something old and something new, because the park was old, Flint's very first park, the very first park, and to save and preserve what was for Tent City, for families that picnic. My mom used to play there as a kid. My dad used to go, the families went there to picnic. And as a kid, I played there. So this was the sign that, can we show the producer Jay, can you go to my page and grab those, what it looked like? So when Mark came over, it was a whole conversation, because my dad liked to get kind of, what you gonna do with this? He asks questions before he gives his stamp of approval. My dad worked in General Motors. So as you can see, thank you. This is Mark picking up the sign at my dad's house. So this is him picking up the sign. So also we had the street signs when they vacated the street. And so when the street was vacated, we got the old sign north of Baker. And so we donated that back, the original one. And then also the sign up in the upper right-hand corner are the boards that you see, the new sign that were refurbished. And so giving back is when you really care about your community and working through some of the stuff. And I do want to thank Ashley Capital for listening to the brothers and sisters of Oak Park, bringing the old with the new and making a way for the future, because this is a story that can be told. And it is actually, I feel, a very good story, because things literally were, it's not going to be a park. We have the 5 votes, and I think they were good with that. But this community was like, not today, sir, not today. We have a stake in this, and getting involved is what I always tell people: get involved. Get involved to make sure that if you want change in your community. And so this is the day of the ribbon cutting. And so ribbon cutting had been canceled. Because upon the meeting, and I'm gonna be true transparency. The ribbon cutting was canceled, and the ribbon cutting was canceled because the conversations were, there was a lot dealing with, how do we get the community to back on track. And to make sure that, I'm sorry, y'all, I gotten some text messages. So I do want to share, I will talk about the ribbon cutting that was canceled. And it was canceled because one of the issues was the mayor only wanted 2 people to speak. And he did not want council to speak. I was very adamant when I first met with Mark that I wanted to have all 8 council, because with this administration is very divisive. This administration is not interested. You will hear them say it's the council. It's not. It's Mayor Neely. I'm calling names. This project he wanted to have him and Liddell Lewis speak. They're the ones who said, let it be a parking lot. They're the ones who said, you don't need the park. They did not want this to be the park. They didn't care. They had all gotten campaign donations from Ashley Capital, and they did. It was not the community for them. It was not. So here is one of the signs. This is so after me and Mark talked, Mark sent me this. He's like, look, let's work this up. Let's change it. I like your idea. Let's incorporate some of the metal, the aesthetically from the roofs to tie it together. And so there was a process as we went through, and me and Mark kept in contact. And my all 8 colleagues voted to support the park once we were able to save a park and to save Flint's history, preserving the history. They wanted to be a parking lot. So the ribbon cutting was canceled because at one point, Big John, and he wasn't able to speak at the ribbon cutting, which was crazy to me. The mayor decided to put it on. I got less than a 24-hour notice. I placed it on my Facebook page. The mayor did not want me to speak. Only 2 people or 3 people spoke. So I actually was not going to go to the ribbon cutting. Sherry called me and she let me know. And my dad was going. And I went to stand by my dad, who was there, because he deserved to see the sign back up that he had been the caretaker of both of the signs. So I went because of my dad. So the mayor is not for bringing this community together. He is so extremely divisive. John and Sherry made sure, they were like, no, we need to have you there. We didn't tell them. And I said, look, I'm going to go. I did call my colleagues, all of them, because it took they didn't have 5 votes. It took that entire council the entire council voted to support Ashley Capital. They have a project that they're going to be dealing with the city of Flint for the next 10 to 12 years. And so the thing is that we have to understand that each ward represents a portion or a group of the city. And together, when you bring all the council people together, you have representation for the entire city. This mayor is divisive. He is divisive. So I did not get to speak because he set the podium and it was just nasty. He's a nasty ass person. He is. And very divisive. But my purpose to go was to, 1, make sure we had the park that was, the celebratory moment. 2, that my dad, that we lived at 757 Baker Street, that he could see that there was something good that was going on. Mark did make sure he thanked Bishop Bernadette Jefferson, my dad, and that he thanked me for working with them. But these are things that you do out of love, and you do out of true concern. The mayor cares about himself. I was adamant about having all council people there because he's going to need all council people to continue this project. When you have a divisive mayor, you have a city that's in turmoil. And we have a city in turmoil because of this mayor. I literally probably an hour and a half before I made the final decision that I wanted to be there with the people. The people knew. The people knew that it took all of us. It took brothers and sisters of Oak Park. It took all 8 of I'm going to say all the 4 of the council people, because the other ones that were still living, they could have cared less. They said it was going to be a parking lot. But the council did come together for all 8 to vote on Ashley Capital, to move it forward and to make a way with something into a compromise that it just worked. So today is the celebratory day that there will be a picnic. I was happy to stand next to my father and just listen to and talking to some of the neighbors and, that I hadn't seen in years. And some of them that we shared that same backyard parking lot with, and Flint is small. And so I showed up for my father and I showed up for the people because it took all the people. Now, the mayor who wanted to be a parking lot and Judy Priestley wanted to be a parking lot was there. They were adamant about it being a parking lot and didn't care. And he led the press conference. My point of contention with that was, and to fully share, I told Mark he shouldn't have been there for that. It was about the people. You know, everyone should have been able to speak. And if he didn't want that, he shouldn't have been there. Council and the mayor are equal. It's the people first in an org chart, then the mayor and the council, and they're equal. And that is the way that goes. Because no one can come cut a ribbon at your house. But we know Ashton Capital is their house, that site is. Mayor shouldn't have been able to do that. That was a missed opportunity to bring the community together with council to show we're moving forward. This mayor is divisive. But what stood out was the love for the people there. It stood out that this park was safe. And it was not because of Mayor Neely and his administration, because they wanted it to be a parking lot. But the community, brothers and sisters of Oak Park, John and Sherry, fought. They came tirelessly to council and spoke and said, hey, can we save it? Can we have something to do? They were begging people. And so the park was saved. So anyway, so we're going to get past that. So 2:00 is Oak Park, and it's open for the community. Go drop by, visit. They having food. It's sponsored. It is a beautiful park and a beautiful place for people to be in. So stop by if you're available and enjoy the beautiful newly, I guess it's a remodel, renovated, redid Oak Park that the people saved. It wasn't the politicians because they wanted to be it wasn't all the politicians. Some of them, they wanted to be a parking lot. So that group came. I'm gonna tell you, they came, and I'm gonna tell you this. Big John had been sick, and I never mentioned this. He had been sick, literally, and fighting for his life, and still came to support this park and to advocate for it. He still came. All right, moving on to the next thing, y'all. I do want to go on to the third ward race. So LaShawn Johnson officially was sworn in this week for the third ward race. So look, y'all look, all the calls. It is now in the process. She did receive the most votes. People questioned write-ins, which is the most votes. The majority of them came in through write-in. There were questions about it. She is sworn in. Our next meeting will be this Wednesday. There are 2 investigations that are going on. One is with okay, can you just delete him? I'm not getting ready to do nobody with mental health issues. Go to Genesee County Community Mental Health. Thank you.
Who you talking about?
You got John Snow on here. I'm not doing this with, I don't even know what his issue is.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Yeah, block him forever. So, into the moderators. Gotta go. So the race was certified 7 days after. You got up to 14 days. So people said, well, why was it done? Well, there had to be, time is always of the essence with these races. And with this, I ain't going. I'm sorry. With this, you have to file an injunctive order before the race started or the election. Before the election, Merk, are you muted? Can't hear. I don't think I'm muted. Can y'all hear me? Put some ones in the what's the name?
Okay, keep going. Keep going.
Okay. And so one of the questions with the race was I want people to know the facts. There was an investigation started before the election. There were some irregularities and some discrepancies. Thank y'all. So before the um, the investigation has not been concluded. It has not. There was not an injunctive order started. As far as the recount only recounts the number to see what it did. It does not look for the canvassers are not they're not looking for the other issues with the signatures, the absentee ballots. They're not. So there was an investigation started before. It was sent to, I believe, 7 agencies, which I stated before. It was sent to Michigan State Police, Attorney General. It was sent to the Sheriff's Department. It was sent to the State Board of Elections. It was sent to the prosecutor. It was sent to the county clerk. And I'm missing one more. It was a total of 7. And so it was sent, and this was started beforehand. So the clerk did send it beforehand. Investigations take time. There were some irregularities that were sent that they noticed. Before the election started, these irregularities were sent with whatever, which I don't know what she has, but we do know that the recounting them to count, the count's going to come up the same. What they're looking into was this illegal? So an injunctive order was not filed. You have to literally do that within like a day or two, to be honest with you. And that one was not done because there was issues going on. And but there is a lawsuit that is being filed. And that may have been filed Friday, but it will be filed on the part of Beverly Biggs Levy. Miss Biggs did go, because I want this to be factual. She did turn in her complaint to the Sheriff's Department. The Genesee County Sheriff is investigating it. That is a fact. So there are 2 people that are investigating it. The Michigan State of Elections, they are. I don't know what all the clerk sent because there were other discrepancies. We know that there was an issue and a surge in absentee ballot applications, absentee ballots being sent. And one of the things that they look at is no one has ever won a write-in in the city of Flint. So when Judy Priestley, councilwoman, said, well, I think she called herself that she was checking a child. Then she wanted to check about Dugan winning. Not really appropriate because we're talking about Flint. It has to relate to Flint. The closest person to winning a write-in was Reverend A.J. Pointer. And that was the closest. So there was a question that these absentee ballots and these signatures. Now, Stevie Wonder called me up to say that Tonya Burns, you saw them signatures because I can see them signatures several of them look similar. And they did. So Lento Law is hired a handwriting expert. Thank you. You can blow that up. You can take that over the screen. Literally, when I was watching that video, y'all, I was like, they got to be kidding me. I'm like, they done blew them signatures up. I'm sorry, y'all. Look, if you gonna take a race, don't you go in there and write the signatures yourself. Don't touch them ballots. Don't. If only person can touch those ballots is nobody from your camp. It's the person, the male person, someone who lives in the same household as you. Now, I'm not a handwriting expert, but let's go over to that far right. Number 1, number 2, number 4. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Them look like the same person. I mean, I'm just saying. And so when they put those up, many of you were watching the live with Arthur Woodson, and on his live, I mean, you saw the one guy who was, which I don't know if I was a board of canvasser, and I don't know exactly what they can. I'm sure they can only just basically just do the count. But I would have been like, hey, hold up, y'all don't see that over there, because them signatures, that L, that A, everybody on my page became a handwriting expert. I kid you not. What'd you say, Producer Jay?
So let's look at something because I just pulled something up. So let's everybody. I'm sorry to cut you off. Let everybody look at those signatures that's on the screen, and then I'm going to put something else up, and we're going to do a comparison real quick. So everybody get the visual of those signatures, and I'm going to put something else up. So one second.
Those signatures had me saying they are close. Now that girl know that they was wrong for that one. And so Stevie Wonder said it. He was like, Time Burns, I'm telling you. And so therefore, yeah, that one is computer generated though. Yeah, that one, but it looks like it. That's what they said was a font on the computer. But then when you look at these, I mean, actually, and I gave you Arthur Woodson's video, didn't I? At the timestamp. And so, I mean, people called like saying they got to be kidding me. And I took y'all. There was a lot of calls. Hardest part, getting someone to investigate this, the authorities. And I do want to send a special thank you out to Sheriff Swanson for saying that the integrity of our elections has got to be upheld. I appreciate his office saying this has to be investigated. Let's say you can beat me, but don't cheat me. I think that's what Deacon AC Dumas said. And so Beverly Biggs did meet. She went there. She had an appointment. She went there. Things were turned in. And she has her case has been assigned to a detective to look into this. I mean, and here's the thing, our voting there should be integrity and honesty. And so those look like the same person who wrote those to stroke the pen. I mean, some of the things we talked about last week, it would be the pressure of the pen, the formation of the letters, where you start, your start point, stopping point, where you're writing at the line. Those are all things that they look at. And so I want to say, this is the video. Yeah, y'all. You gonna play some of the video? I think I gave you a starting point.
Do you want us to do one by one, or
you can do it by row. If you're doing it in multiple, just say that we're affirming these for
LaShawn Johnson.
Right. Yep.
with that? Yep. Now this new top row.
Do top row.
Yep, it took the other ones.
Okay. I see 4 for LaShawn Johnson.
Michelle, remember you're on board?
Yes, 4 for LaShawn. Number 4, can we enlarge it?
There ain't no way. Yep. Thank you.
Hey, you know that's what works.
Another 4.
Affirm 4 for LaShawn Johnson.
4 for LaShawn Johnson.
Yes. These top four.
I
Let
agree.
me open that one up.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
that one.
Oh,
LaShawn Johnson.
okay.
Yep.
4 for LaShawn.
4 for LaShawn?
Yep.
Yes.
Affirm 4 for
4
LaShawn.
for LaShawn Johnson.
Okay. these top 4. Would you like to look at this one closer?
Yeah.
Yep.
Come ahead of that.
It's good, yeah.
These top 4.
Okay.
4 for LaShawn.
You're looking at my doctor.
Right.
I feel like an eye exam.
Okay, we can wrap that one.
Good.
4 for LaShawn.
So, and I mean, I'm gonna tell you, campaigns are not easy. And LaShawn never ran a campaign, so she didn't do this by herself. This was clearly done with the help of somebody else. There is no way she would know to do this in the absentee ballot process. So Raphael Bird, they're scanned in digital, so everything's going to be black. They're scanned in. That's why all that ink looks black. But there are other factors. So this has happened before. If y'all seen the Hamtramck people, the 2 Hamtramck councilmen did the same stuff. We've had absentee ballots in the Flint Township issued with Kathy Funk, who was the township supervisor. Absentee ballots. We had the Sioux Falls, was it Iowa, where the lady she ended up with 26 felonies carrying 5 years. And it was questions with the handwriting, with what she did. You cannot go on and get applications for people and say, I can't go on for Jane, Joel, Bobby, Sarah, Betty, and get applications for them going to the same email. This is all tracked. When you do that, then you involve in, and then they're mailing it out, then it goes in the mail. And then guess what happens when it goes in the mail? You got to give it to the FBI because the mail is federal. Our mail is federal. And so when we look at that stuff, and I get people angry and people say, I'm going to stop. I'm not we've come too far to stop now. We have come too far to stop now. And so we know that there are cases, the Hamtramck councilman who their investigation is still going on. People ask, how long is the investigation going to go? I don't know. They don't call me up and say, Tonya Burns, we're going to be another week. They don't. I'm happy and thrilled that they're taking it. But here's the thing. You cannot get, once you are sworn in, and if you cannot get a felony. This is serious. People go to prison for this. They go to prison, and I don't think that they probably told her the severity, like you won't get caught. Man, the investigation means we're not just sending you out a letter. We're not just going to call you, but we're going to go to your house. We can subpoena you, bring you to court to testify under oath. And all of this is going to happen. All of that. Now, I don't know. I wasn't out there. Now, they say she was telling people, what color siding you want. LaShawn, we ain't got that much money to do all them houses. We do not. We can't give everybody no roof. You can't pick your siding and your shingle color and then everybody getting one. That's just not going to happen. You cannot tell people to, you vote for me, you're going to get this. So let me tell you about a little story about when they used, I don't even have that slip. When they had one back in the day. They had the Papa Jared on here and Miss Cynthia Jarrett, Mrs. Cynthia Jarrett, Papa Jared, Effie baby boy. They had did a register to vote. You win a new car and other prizes. They sure did. People came out in droves to vote because they were giving away car and prizes. And they did this for Sharp, Mayor Sharp. And when they did this, it was they did this, and it was 2 people who did it. It was it wasn't illegal then. It was, I believe it was Papa Jared, and I believe he worked it with Mr. Gilchrist, and they offered a raffle, and they gave away the car and the prizes. And Papa had given me one of those stickers. Y'all know what? Let me look and see. Because Papa is he definitely OG, and people came out to vote in droves. Now, what they did was make it against the law. You cannot tell people, you vote for me, I'm gonna get you this. Because we don't have all of that. You just can't do it. You can't do it. You cannot tell people, you vote for me, I'm gonna get you signed. You can't do it. And you can't do it, and it's against the law. When Papa and them did it, they had Black folks voting. Look, everybody came out and voted. And they changed the law because of that. You know what? I do have it, y'all. Look at there. I do have it. And so they changed the law. And so if she's out here telling people what color is your siding, and y'all know everybody getting siding, they ain't getting furnaces, they not getting all of that. You can't do it. This law was changed because when Papa and them, it drove out the Black vote. You got to give Black people a reason to vote. And they will not come and vote. Them people came out in droves for this. And I'm gonna send this to you, producer Jay. But while I'm sending this, y'all click like, share, and donate to Cash App $producer J 1987. He is on it today. I'm sending you this. Y'all know my co-host over here cutting up, don't y'all? So look, producer, I gotta click the camera for just a minute. Just a minute. Y'all know y'all hear Killer out there. So listen. So what you cannot do anymore is tell people, if you vote for me, if you vote for me, he's fine. Let him do his little doggy duty. Me and him have a thing now. So you cannot tell people, look, I'm gonna pay you. I'm gonna give you $20. If you have been told that, y'all need to contact the sheriff's department. You cannot somebody said, and snap, there goes the dog. That part. So listen, so you cannot tell people, I'm gonna give you $20. You can't do raffles, you can't tell people you vote for me, I'm gonna get your sign done, just like my house. And her house does look nice. It looks very nice. The roof looks nice. The siding looks nice. The porch looks nice. So the siding's the window, the roof, and the porch. It looks very nice. You cannot tell people and lead them to believe, if you vote for me, you know what? Can we? Thank you. Block the silly person pretending to be Leon L. Alameen. People need to grow up. And if you that old playing on some in the chat, go get your life. The time you spending making up a fake page and fake name, go get your life and get you some business and some class. I mean, just ridiculous. Grown folks. So this was the registration sweepstakes. And I'm telling y'all this because this changed Michigan law. So when you look at can you make that big for me? Thank you. So this was a registration, and it was registration sweepstakes. And people, they had lines for people registering. There was lines. Everybody wanted to win that car. And so this was in 83. So it says drawing 7:00 p.m. Picnic 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. That's a whole 12-hour picnic, y'all. And then back in the day, And so then it says, where was it at? Ophelia Bonner Park, free hot dogs, free soft drinks, Flint, Michigan, 100 prizes, register to win. And that car was a Chevette. It was a Chevette car, brand new. And so at the bottom of it, where it says sweepstakes, registration sweepstakes, Monday, July 4th. You need not be present to win. 100 prizes. Free handout sponsored by. And so people came out to vote. I gotta just a second. I gotta let my co-host back in, y'all. Okay, so this changed Michigan election law. They changed Michigan election law. You can't offer nobody nothing, no side, no roof, nothing just like mine, no car, no hot dogs, no nothing. You can't make any promises to get people to vote for you. It's against the law. You get a felony for that. You can't do it. This is what triggered that. Why? Black folks came out to vote in Flint. They came out to vote. They're like, new car prizes. And guess what? They fulfilled their promise. They gave away that car. They gave over 100 prizes. They fulfilled that. So this was given to me, and it had the numbers at the top and the left-hand side. And this, this triggered people to come out and vote. It increased the vote. It's the same thing when people came out to vote. Our voting was higher because of marijuana was on the ballot. When marijuana was on the ballot, people showed up because they wanted marijuana. They said, oh, it's something on the ballot for me. And so this triggered Michigan election law to be changed, that you could no longer offer anything for people to come out to vote or to register. You can't do it. And so offering siding, what color you want your siding. And I'm not going to say this. I heard people tell me that. Well, she told me about what color I want for my siding, and she was going to get mine done. You can't do that. And it was unfair for people that put her out there to put her, who were supporting her, to put her out there like that. It was wrong. It was wrong because this is serious. You cannot break campaign election laws. And this is breaking campaign election law. This goes back to 1983. This triggered election laws being changed. You can't offer nothing. And look, we ain't got no money to be put on. We're not doing all of them signs, 300 some people. It's just not happening. And roofs, and it's not even real. And you cannot do it. You cannot do it. This is what changed election law. Papa Jared will tell you, he told me, Papa Jared is a walking museum. So you cannot do it. So how long is it going to take for the election? I don't know. I don't know. I do know it is being done. I know that all parts, AC Dumas had turned in a complaint also. He turned in his complaint to the city clerk, and he turned it in to the attorney general. So when we look at attorney general, secretary of state, the Genesee County prosecutor, Genesee County sheriff, the Michigan State Police, I think it's over 7 agencies. This is serious. This is serious. This is serious. So this triggered election laws being changed. You can't offer people stuff to come vote. You just cannot. So producer Jay, let's go on to the next one. Okay, so we're gonna talk about one of the issues with people getting frustrated because they keep taking the ballot box. And y'all click like, share, subscribe. Click like, share, subscribe, and donate to producer J, $1987. You can also see down at the bottom of the crawl, $producer J, 1987 is at the bottom of the crawl. Thank you to those who have donated. Thank you. Raphael Burr said, how many complaints were made? I don't know, but this is the first. I mean, they are. I don't know. I do know that they are being looked at. I do know that it is being investigated. So when people are saying, well, she took her seat, I would not want those problems. I'm gonna be honest with you. These investigations are very serious. They have not been concluded. If there was nothing serious or irregularities, the clerk would not have sent anything over to be investigated to the Attorney General, to the Secretary of State, to the State of Elections, to the County Prosecutor, the Michigan State Police, the Sheriff's Department, the Genesee County Prosecutor, and the Genesee County Clerk. She wouldn't have did it unless there was something that was there. You don't send nothing over if there's nothing there. There's no need to send nothing over if there's not anything there. That's just a fact. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know how many complaints. I know that both of those candidates did submit. That I do. They have both been very vocal. Beverly has submitted hers. AC Dumas has submitted his, and I do know that they are being investigated. That I do know. If there was nothing there, the investigations would have been concluded. They are not concluded yet because there's obviously things that they need to keep looking at. I don't know the severity. I know that there was issues. I mean, we look at a high number of absentee ballots. Y'all saw the signatures. Most older people, and I'm going to tell you, they're writing changes. I do know there were people who signatures were being questioned. If the signature doesn't match in the database for the city clerk, they go and they look at the absentee ballot. If that absentee ballot signature is the same, is different from, it's 3 signatures they're going to be looking at. 3. One is the absentee ballot envelope. 2 is the absentee ballot. 3 is the signature on file with the city clerk. All 3 of those better match. And if those don't match or look from the same person, Houston, you got a felony. And this is what I would do if I was you. And I think when people take advantage and not tell and understand how serious this is, I would tell on everybody who told me to do this garbage. I'm telling you, I would tell, because you don't have to get out of this. There is a handwriting expert. There is. Those signatures, people literally were just laughing. Like, I can't believe those signatures. There are people who have already said, well, she's doing something for me. I'm getting something out of it. I saw her getting her sign done and getting the work done. Well, she did get the work done in her house, and allegedly she promised me something. That she was going to help me out. You can't do that. I'm telling you, election law was changed. I showed y'all the slip. And I didn't pull up the law though, but y'all can Google it. And when you're doing this, and she never ran before. And so whoever was advising her didn't tell her, you can't promise nobody nothing. You can't do that. You can't do it. You can't be taking aluminum or vinyl siding orders. You can't be taking roofing orders. You can't do that. And they should have told her that. I'd be in there. Prosecutor Debbie Layton, I just want to tell you, such as Sarah, Betty, Jesse, all told me to do this. I mean, I would not, because I would tell, because it's very clear, and the people are talking. Dumas know a lot of these people too, and Beverly knows a lot of these people. So I wouldn't have done it. They put her up to something, allegedly, in my opinion, that she didn't understand the seriousness of it. Election law was changed in the 80s, early 80s, because of what I just showed. You can't promise nobody nothing. You can't give them a cup of coffee. Well, I'm gonna get you a cup of coffee. You vote for me. You can't do it. You can't say, well, what color siding you want. You cannot be taking vinyl siding orders. You can't do that. You can't do that. So I just look, run on your own merit. But this is very serious, and I'm quite sure that they're going to be talking. But I do want to say thank you to Sheriff Swanson. So don't nobody be on my page talking about Sheriff Swanson. Don't do that. Because, to say we want to protect the integrity of the election. We want to protect the integrity of the election. Is something so important, because often it isn't, or people just overlook it. And there's so much going on in Flint. Nobody want to do nothing with Flint. Getting, and saying, hey, we have evidence. People were like, y'all got too many problems. City council don't get along. The mayor don't get along. It's too much going on and nobody wants to get involved. So I appreciate him doing this, which is the sheriff's job to investigate it. It is his job. So I appreciate him doing his job, taking the time to look into it. But don't y'all come on Tonya Burns' page talking about him. Look, you're going to get your feelings hurt and you're going to get blocked. Okay? Because I want good government, good policy. And that's where I stand with that. And I'm not going to waver from that. Let the election be fair, but you can't promise nobody nothing. So, y'all saw them. Look, and we may come back in to do a investigate or to update you periodically. If I get information, I'm gonna share it with y'all. I'm sharing it now. Yes, it's being investigated. No, she did not. She did not need to have a recount. Recount does not look at the signatures. There's 3 signatures. I want y'all to have good information to go with. If the signature has to match on what's at the count at the city clerk, that's on file, the envelope with the absentee ballot, and the ballot itself, those are things that they're looking at. And then there's also who was getting all these absentee ballots, who requested them. You can't be in receipt of other people's information. You can't do it. You cannot. So enough with that. I know people are upset. Let the authorities, do their job to say there's 2 agencies investigating. Let them do their job to see what's going on. So, and I know y'all, AK Cole asking, when will she be sworn in? She's already sworn in. She got sworn Wednesday. So she's sworn in. So let's go on to the next thing. If it changes, Marika, is she attending her? I don't know. She's going to be there. She's sworn in. She is now officially a council person. She is officially a council person. She has been sworn in. She has been. She's been sworn in. And so if people want to come to council, if you got a problem with it, come to council and speak. Put it on the record. Put it on the record. So let's go back to at council meetings. Be on time, because if y'all don't, they will pull up that ballot box. So I do want to go on to thank you. So we have meetings which are scheduled per the Flint City Charter. It tells you in the charter when our meetings are scheduled. When the meetings are scheduled, when the person who chairs them, they are starting them on time. Do I believe it's to shut the voice out of the public? Absolutely. So what do you have to do? Be there on time. Rule 5.2 tells you of the city council rules. Regular meetings of the city council are 5:30 p.m. on the 2nd and 4th Monday of every month. And regular meetings of the finance, governmental operation, and legislative committees shall be at 5:00 p.m. the Wednesday preceding. So you need to be on time. They're not going to give nobody no courtesy so y'all can just talk about them. Listen, they're not getting ready to do that, because y'all be going at them. I'm not saying that they don't deserve it, but they are not. They grab that box up so quick. So it is not illegally for them to grab. So rule that 5.2. So I want to bring it back, because people say about the box, you got to understand and read the rules. City council rules, Flint City Charter, Open Meetings Act, Roberts rules, the the Michigan Constitution, which sets up our charter. So listen, these are not, that one doesn't set up the charter, but you need to know the Michigan Constitution. So Rule 5.2 tells you what time that the meetings start. They're not going to do you any favors. They're grabbing us. So Rule 5.5. Rule 5.5. Without a quorum, the city council may take no action except to convene or adjourn. So at 5 o'clock, whether they have a quorum or not, they can call that meeting to order and then put it at ease. Without a quorum, they can't take any action. Rule 5.5, but they can convene it and put it at ease. And that's what they've been doing. They have been convening it and putting it at ease. And when they do that, they pick that box up. So 5 o'clock, if you want to speak, they're not going to give you any courtesies. They have shown you. They've thrown out over 80 people. They have had some of y'all arrested. Come early if you want to speak. Because if not, they don't care. And I want to show you the rules. So when people say, put it on the floor, it's not a put on the floor. We've talked about it. It's not a put on the floor. The rules are already made. The rules are already made. In order for it to change, you got to have 5 people to change the rules. And right now, they know what the rules are. That's why they pick that box up. If you want your name in the box, they have the rule states 5 o'clock. Have it in before 5 o'clock because they are convening the meeting and putting it at ease. And they can do that per these rules. So I want everybody to see this. We have talked about it. Dennis has talked about it. Councilwoman Jerry Carter has talked about it. I have talked about it. We've talked about it, and they don't care. They don't have to be courteous. These are their meetings. They're chairing them, and they don't care. And those are the rules that support the nonsense that they're doing. I'm not in agreement with it, but we need 5. You need 5 votes. And right now, we're waiting on an election with a technicality, and then another council member who doesn't live there, and that's a problem. Okay, so there's that. So everybody will know about the ballot box. Be there. Stanley Wood said, where can you get a copy of the council rules? Stanley, you can Google city council rules, Flint City Council rules, and they're actually on the website. If you Google and put it in like that, you can see the council rules. And you want to get the ones that say that they were adopted, Stanley, that are going to be in red, that were adopted 4/22/2024. I did not vote for these rules. Not at all. I did not. So so if you want to get public speaking, be on time because they're getting you, but not being on time. Hey, Tonya, you're going to have people standing in line. Hey, Tonya, are you going to have people standing in line to sign a bell? Look, y'all better come and speak. Put it on the record, but be on time. Because those are the rules. I can't argue a rule that ain't a rule. I can't. That's foolishness. I didn't vote for these goofy rules. Y'all know I didn't. And I absolutely did not. And okay, we're gonna go on to update with the box. Manly, Deborah Coleman and Leon Lawson III have obtained actually the night he got arrested. Their attorneys are the Manleys. They are the Manleys. So I'm gonna wait for producer Jay to get that up. And if you guys could donate to producer Jay, 1987 Cash App $. It's along the bottom of the crawl. While he's getting up the the boxer. So we're gonna play. Let's play the video first because there he goes, y'all. He is 6'5". He is 6'5". He is 18. No, Leon Lawson III, and he is a boxer. He is 6'5". I'm like, what is your reach? 18-0 is his record. He has obtained the Manleys, and so has Deborah Coleman. And so we've got her photo also. So both of them have the Manleys. Now, this is not good for Flint because the Manleys They call themselves sharks. They call themselves sharks. So next time when you barbecue and saying somebody barbecue with some tongues or whatever, y'all, this is getting ready to cost the city. And look, and they're smiling like, yeah, we got a payday coming. Look at Deborah. Deborah's smiling from left to right, north, south, east, and west. She's smiling. They're with the Manleys. So that was the night where the officers maced him, arrested Leon Lawson III. He spent 54 hours in the jail. He was never charged. They were trying to hold, you can hold up to 48 hours, 72 hours if you're going to have questioning. He was not questioned. They were trying to get a felony with assault with barbecue tongs. Yeah, that's the dog if y'all hear him. That's the dog. So it was assault with barbecue tongs. The police left, came back to get the tongs out the thing. You saw that he put his hands up. At the time, he did a little shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. And they said they felt he was taunting the police. They arrested him. He was on the other side. And I've had this conversation with several people. Some weren't police. I mean, come on, you can't be mad at somebody taunting you. I mean, stop. He was on the other side. Why did he have the tongs in his hand? He was barbecuing. The grill was opened on the opposite side. So if you barbecuing, you gotta have barbecue utensils. That's just a fact. You got to. And so he was barbecuing. So when they came and edged the car, blaring signs and the like, he just threw his hands up, kind of did like that. And they got mad and jumped out the car and started pepper spraying the food, pepper sprayed the people, pepper sprayed everybody, and arrested him, had him spend 56 hours in the county jail before the sheriff released him because they had not gotten any paperwork. When I spoke to his father and his aunt during the time while he was there, and I told him, I said, look, the mayor can have you out. I said, because number one, the city has already signed their paperwork. Number two, they can only hold you for 48 hours. After that, they're going to have to release you. And we didn't have, I don't know how many we didn't have like this. Because when this happens, I get a call from somebody and it's like walking I feel like you going to jail illegally advocate because they are illegally being detained. Well, he called it Leon Lawson III. He said he was kidnapped when he came. But let's listen to what he said. But can we play the video, please, Producer Jay?
How y'all doing? My name is Leon Lawson III, and I can definitely say I'm underprepared for the council meeting, but I can definitely say when I came in here, I'm happy I came because when I came in here,
Sir, we cannot hear you.
When I had came in here, I was like I said, I didn't know about the council meetings for like 2 hours ago, so I'm very underprepared for it. But when I had came in here, I looked around and I seen that it was no youth in here at all, like my age, and we the main target. You know what I mean? When it comes to stuff that he put the other day. And so I can tell you about the incident that I went through for the past 4 days. I was kidnapped and assaulted for transparently no reason, like literally no reason at all. And the charges that he took me to jail under, he said I tried to burn him with some tongs. I'm a professional athlete. I box. This is what I do. If I really wanted to assault that man, I really do this for a living. You know what I mean? And that goes to show that these police officers is doing nothing behind a badge. Behind a badge. That's it. That's it. Because at the end of the day, you still human. And I really want them to know that they not tough. None of that. They hide behind a badge, and they coming from Swartz Creek out of these outskirt towns, coming into our city, acting like cowboys. That it need to stop. And I'm not gonna lie, like I said, I'm underprepared, but I'm finna definitely start speaking at this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like for sure, I'm finna start a trend with this. I spent almost 3 days in the bullpen. It was a terrible experience, very, very, very unexpected. I didn't go outside trying to cause no trouble. I went outside trying to help my family. That's it. I went outside trying to help my family. That's it. And man, it's simple. Thank y'all. Did I already saw you spoken that. Thank you.
I was downtown this past weekend staying at the Hilton for the 40th All Citywide class reunion with my best friend from Tennessee and several others. I was involved in a serious, disturbing, traumatizing experience with two evil, rogue, unprofessional, aggressive, violent demon cops. In a nutshell, it was gross police conduct. I am speaking my piece because this has to stop with these two officers. I am traumatized. I'm nervous. I'm not scared, but I'm scared of what they are allowed to do to people with the city officials on their side. What they did to us was unlawful abuse of power. They falsify information. They are terrorizers, and it's scary. And now that I put that video out, it makes me more nervous that if they ever see me on the streets, they will harass me. They need to be held accountable for their actions. They are abusing their power. We were not a threat. They need to be investigated and fired and not be able to be a police anywhere because they are dangerous. They're ready to pop off and they're ready to kill someone. They're going to cost the city of Flint Police a lot of money. Flint City needs to start doing deep evaluation on their cops instead of hiring who they know that's going to go out there and just do bad things. Because I just feel like they didn't look off into that Terry Van Buren dude. He got a lot of stuff going on with him in the past. So I don't know if they looked at his record or not before they hired him. And Police Chief Green, Mayor Stanley, they got the authority to stand up to the two demons, but they can continue to support them. And as long as they continue to support them, they're going to keep coming out there terrorizing us melanin people. And I hope they do what is right. Right is right, wrong is wrong, no matter your status. And I don't be knowing what y'all be doing up on here in this council, but y'all don't need to send them no more money. Y'all need to send them money to get the correct type of police that's gonna take care of us, not terrorize us. You only use force on people that need force to be used on them. Them some upstanding citizens right there. They jumped out and took that young man to jail for nothing. And I know y'all seen that video and everybody needs to quit asking what happened before. Nothing happened before. They just jumped out and did what they wanted to do because they could and nobody's standing.
I'm not putting my hands up in the air.
Okay, you can cut it. So listen, they now have secured the Manleys, and it's a sad day. As many other ones have secured other ones. And I mean, look, did he have to spray the ribs? I mean, wasn't the food necessary? You know, you have to understand that when he's spraying with like an aerosol can, that there are people who may have COPD, people who have asthma, people have other things that it could really affect. And it was just sprayed on a non-violent. There wasn't a riot, there wasn't a shooting, there was none of that. Now, when they should have had them down there was A10 day. But where were they at? A10 day was a mess. So listen, we're going to start playing some of these videos. And y'all, let me tell you something. I believe in having a good time. There are 60 police officers, which will be in our downtown area policing. You have motorcycles, bicycles, segways. You have them walking around down there. You and snipers on the roof. So you have that's there. 810 day, I was told there were only 2 police officers that signed up to work for 810 day when they had a few thousand people down there. And that was a problem. So before we get into this, at the bottom of the screen, you can donate to $, producer J1987. I can't do any of this unless I have him helping. So 810 day, which I did not go this year. I went last year. And last year, there wasn't a lot of people out there working because I'm like, okay, where are the police? A lot of people you don't even know because you know other people's kids and cousins. and they were saying, you know, a lot of people come from every place, from around everywhere. It was not properly secured last year. This year, definitely wasn't. So can we play the first one? Now I want y'all to, and you hear in this video, this is Dylan Crockett's video. And I want to say thank you to 810 Flint Xavier. That last video was his, 810 Flint, courtesy of him. So can we play Dylan Crockett's video? And I'm gonna give y'all a few different views. And I want to say this. Say a prayer, because the young lady was 18 who lost her life, and a 16-year-old was shot. You have an 18-year-old young lady who lost her life, and a 16-year-old young man who was also shot. And we know that when we have these type of events, you have to have proper security, or it shouldn't have been approved. Period. Now, all the people you had down there on June 1st for the peaceful protest, and the chief was down there himself, Chief Green, come on. You know 810 Day is coming up every year. It's 810, August 10th day, whatever day that falls on. And so to not have it properly secured, we got back to the bricks. We had it for Drop Fest the day before, and it was another event. Friday and Saturday, plenty of police. Sunday, there was not. Yes, Producer Jay.
I don't see it.
Oh, you don't see it? Let me. Okay, let me go over to. So as I'm gonna talk through this, let me come out of this. Okay, I'm gonna send you. We'll start off with because there's a few of them. So this one, Rosia. Did you get that one?
I got it.
I'm gonna send you a couple of them. I'm able to look in it was on. I'm on.
All right, you're gonna have to so you slipping. You ain't send none of these.
I did. I honestly did.
I didn't get them. None of these.
And you know what? The Alexa, it went down to, and so that may have been what it was. But yeah, I did. That's why. Yeah.
All right. you know, hey, Tony Burns slipping this morning. No, I'm joking. Hey, listen.
No, Tony Burns brother, but I did send
that world class internet y'all got down there.
Our internet is terrible. And when me and Dennis did the council tour, I mean, it was, you were like, it worked in the more affluent areas.
That was true. Over there in the Seventh Ward, it had the best.
That part. Oh, do me a favor. Look underneath my other number and see if it was sent on there. I think I may have sent them from there too.
Text?
And yeah, I think,
in text?
And no, in Messenger.
I got one on there, but I'll figure it out. Just go ahead and set it up. I don't have to download these, so you can set it up.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a couple of the videos from different views. Some are from, there are people who do live downtown. There are people who work downtown and people who work late downtown. And so these are going to be from different views. You had one video where there was literally a lady being trampled when they started running. She was being trampled. There were kids who were fighting. There was a lot that was literally going on. And I do know that, like I said, we had a 16-year-old and the 18-year-old who were misunderstood, who were shot. And my deepest condolences to the young lady who was shot. My deepest condolences. And she lost her life. And it was a stray bullet. But right before, there's a video, and I got to make sure I got that. When you see a group of people in hoodies, and it was, listen, it's like a giveaway. Hoodies in the mask. I mean, and they fought. Not even moments later, you heard like 3 separate rounds of rapid gunfire. And this young lady was shot fatally.
Hey, go. They finna take you to jail. Go.
Bro, fuck jail.
Go that way. Hurry up, because he just told him to grab you. Go.
So I believe those were middle schoolers, is what I was told. Now this is a different angle. And loop this one back. You can see the people running. Shots were fired. This is downtown, in front of Blackstone's. Whew. I think I said there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4. I had a total of 5. I think it was a total of 5. How you don't have any of them? So we'll see.
I want to go record because you look fun. This is like a fun shoot.
Oh, hell no, they really shooting, bitch.
Oh, who's shooting, bitch? Hold on, stop right here. Stop right here. Hold on, what's going on? Look at the one in that car over there. Look.
This shit not funny. Oh, God, look at this.
What the fuck? Look how fast. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Move, bitch. Get out the way.
There is one that really so this was happening downtown where it was not staffed properly. And this is serious. 2 events happened before this, and they were everyone was able to go home. This event was not. When we don't have proper policing to make sure the public is safe, then we should not be having these events. We should not be having them. There's no way that if you only had 2 police officers sign up for an event, and then there was a concert, an old school concert, which nothing happened inside of the Capitol, but they didn't even know what was going on. But it was dangerous. And it should have been canceled. 810, they did not have enough people and it should have been canceled. Why is this going back down? Okay, there's another one I think I just sent you. Marcus and Chief Green staff were sitting at headquarters watching. No question, Black Mayor, Black Chief, no excuse for this. Where was the crowd control? It was 810 day. I don't know, but there needs to be an investigation. Chief Green needs to come to. He decided to give a little. We're gonna get into that later. He wanted to discuss. He wanted to discuss. The letter why we want to approve the funding. My question is to Chief Green is, what are you using the training for? You know, and that is a very valid question. And what are your goals? This isn't working. We have some serious problems. There are some things that need to be changed. And according to the Flint City Charter, that is his responsibility to update City Council. And what did he do instead? He's been sending people that are not him. We have requested that he come. I have, and put it on the record. He has not showed up. That's his job. You know, how can we help you? Do we need to give you more money? What are you seeing as trend? There are things that we need to talk about, because if you're going downtown to have some fun, it's his job to make sure that it's safe. It's his job to make sure that the staffing and we have enough police. And we're just not getting that. Okay, I sent you another one too. I think you just sent me something.
Okay, the one video is not playing, so it's been taken down.
Oh, wow.
The one, hold on. Yeah, it's not opening. The Never Again though, then just listen to Jayla pissing me off. That video has been taken down.
Okay.
Or it's not letting me view it to get to it.
Oh, Reed Johnson, thank you for the $49.99 super sticker. Thank you. Okay, it's not letting you. I think I just sent you two. Neither one of those are letting you look at it.
No, just that one. Give me one second.
Just that one.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
So listen, y'all click like, share, and subscribe if you're watching, because we need, if you want to comment, we would like for you to please subscribe and hit the notification bell. For I appreciate you. Everyone appreciates you. And so that we can have respectful dialogue. So one of the things, like I said, we need Chief Green to do his job, period. And his job is public safety. I've been asking since 2020 for a comprehensive public safety plan. Comprehensive meaning it covers every area. And I have met with him, and I can't say he doesn't know. He knows. He gave me some very good insight, and we had good feedback and collaborated. I don't know what's going on with Chief. I really don't know. What I know is this ain't working for Flint. Children go downtown. People go downtown. And some don't make it home again. That is a problem. And that should not be happening.
I have the one that's ready to play. It's 16 minutes though.
Okay, this is okay. I'm gonna send you this one too. I'm sorry. Because I just sent you this one. Play that one. So y'all, when he's got to put up, we all got to work together in this.
Wait, which one?
I just sent you one just now.
Okay.
And I just sent you one. Because this one, you can hear the shots. Now, remember, I just showed you the one where you look and you see the people running, and that was from a view that was up above. I mean, it's nice to go down and have a nice time. You have to prepare for public safety. Make sure everyone is safe. That is the police job. It's their job. And people were saying, well, we didn't see any of this. We didn't see the segways. We didn't see, they used to have horses. Flint had a horse. You see the policeman on the horse. You would see them on the motorcycles. You see them on bicycles. You saw them everywhere. You saw them everywhere. 810, you did not. 810 day, you did not. And there was a lady that also, she got trampled. She got trampled. And so it's his job. You see the fight right there by the building.
Yeah, they getting a boxer down here. Hold on.
And the shot's gonna come shortly.
This shit getting crazy. Damn, man. Every fucking time. Man. Every little nigga. Fuck, man. Damn. Damn. Every nigga got a fucking gun down here? This shit is crazy. Man. Fuck, I'm gonna get some motherfuckers. Everybody got a heat. Every little nigga got a gun. Every little nigga got a gun. Damn, Keita. Man. It's a wild ass motherfucking night. Keita! George! What's up, my baby? Man, they fooling out here. I didn't see anything. Every Keita, you good? You good? Good? Everybody got a fucking gun? Marley, you good? Man. Dang, I gotta walk all the way to my motherfucking car. There's too much pussy out here. These niggas. Man, I'm so low. Huh? Where she stay at?
I don't know where Khalid and Quee at, bro. I done fell.
Come on, where they at?
I don't know. Somewhere with my leg.
What happened?
I don't know.
Where your shoes at?
I don't know.
Man. Huh?
I don't give a fuck about them.
I got you.
I don't know where my fucking...
Call them. You know where your car at?
Come in my leg. No. I'm trying to make it.
You don't even hear sirens.
You ain't shot him, that nigga. Where your leg at? Damn, somebody shot right here. Somebody shot right here. Somebody shot right here. It's crazy. Somebody shot right here. It's crazy. Damn, bro. She shot, man. The little girl shot, bro. 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 Come on. I hear somebody calling your name. Damn, man. The little girl dead, bro. The little girl dead, bro. This shit crazy. Man, the little girl dead, man. Man, yo, hey, come on, man. The little girl dead, man. This shit crazy. Little girl dead, man. Little girl dead, man. Come on, man. The little girl dead, man. This shit crazy. They done shot the little girl. Come on, man. Come on. Fuck that. We out. Man, they just killed the little girl, man. The little girl slumped between the moped. The little girl, man. They just killed the little girl, man. Man, they just killed the little girl. Come on, y'all. Damn, they just killed the little girl. This shit crazy. Damn. Damn, they just killed that little girl. That's wild. Man, it's a wild fucking night at 810. This shit is crazy.
Unfortunately, she lost her life, was fatally shot by a stray bullet. My deepest condolences to her family, because this didn't have to happen. They had shut down the street. You had fights, you had shooting, you had people running, you had complete and total chaos. And even in his video, you don't hear really the sirens and the police and the crowd. You don't. You just don't. You don't. If you didn't have enough people to cover, it should have been shut down. Yes, Producer Jay.
So let me ask a question, because they were fighting all day from sun up to sundown, because the first video that we watched, the sun was clearly out.
It was daylight.
So they were fighting all day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was the first one. You were correct. It was daylight. And it kept going. And it should have been, it was so much that went wrong. So much went wrong. It was not proper. You cannot have these people, young, old, anyways. You cannot do what you have. Even back in the day, when we would be down top for the 4th of July, it wasn't no shooting, but you had police coverage. You had a station where they manned everything from. You had a plan. Lord knows y'all know your girl loved a plan. Where was the safety plan? They had shut down the street twerking. They twerking, y'all. They twerking in the street. Ain't nothing being, they ain't no police, ain't no barricade, ain't none of that for 810 that. None of that. None of it. I went to a meeting Thursday. I forget the name of the meeting, where they, and I think I shared it on one of my what's the name. And this is something that should have alarmed our entire community. Because literally, I was down there last year, 810, and it was like the same. I'm like, where's all the police at? Because, when you go to events, not just Flint, but, Chicago, African American Festival in New York, you have coverage, you have police man centers. It is properly done. This was just everybody out downtown. And the young folks, they on the ground twerking with the booties in the air. And, there was nothing stopping them. With cars going by, there was nothing. Big difference, I'm going to tell you. Back to the Bricks is well organized. They had Drop Fest, well organized. And it's going to do that. One thing that you're going to notice that with events which are well organized, they prepare properly. You know, they make sure that they have barricades out. They make sure that they're going to be safe. I mean, it just is. Wasn't no barricades, wasn't no nothing out. They shut down the streets themselves. Go ahead, play that, please. And this was dangerous. Ain't no police, ain't no barricade. And then right there, stop. Can you freeze it right there? Can you freeze it? Back at the fight.
I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. Give me a sec. I'll get back to it.
And because there were no police, right after that, we're gonna leave. Well, there goes the twerking in the middle of the street. You know, they didn't stop traffic and they're twerking, having a good time, you know, no police. Now you look over to in the back right there, they're fighting right there. You see them in hoodies, as hot as the Sahara Desert, and you see them fighting. See them fighting right there. In hoodies, it's hot. Hot as hell. It's hot. And then look at them. You see them right there. Where the police? Ain't no police. No, look. And there they go. A few moments later, you hear gunshots that have rung out. So let me show you. Yeah, this is sad. This was poorly organized. It was not staffed properly. So can you put the picture I just sent you? Where they have DPW people out to make sure the streets are barricaded. They have snipers on the roofs. You will go downtown today. It is going to be beautifully preserved and you will be safe. Now, this was yesterday. They even had DPW people down there. Streets are blocked off. They blocked the streets off themselves by twerking in the middle of streets. In a properly planned event for security and safety, the streets are blocked off. You see the barricades, 5, 6 people around a DPW truck. You know, you feel safe. You feel safe wearing a Tiffany diamond necklace, a Cartier watch, your Louis Vuittons, your red bottom shoes, your Chanel purse, because wasn't nobody, you're not gonna be messed with down there for Back to the Bricks. This was yesterday taken. And so we have even DPW that is down there, along with the police authorities to make sure the event is safe. If we don't have the safety of the public, then cancel the damn event. Somebody's child didn't make it back home. Look, they barricaded the streets. They was barricading the streets on their own down there by twerking in the middle of the street. And right after the twerking and the dancing, you see the fight break out and they were shooting and people running. People were running. This was dangerous. A dangerous event was allowed to happen in the city of Flint to where there was no public safety. 2 people signing up is not enough to cover the downtown. They would have been overwhelmed. There was nothing that they could have done. So yes, Chief Green needs to come to city council to talk about it, but what instead, what he did? Can we put up Chief Green's letter? Because I want to know what he's upset that we question. I want to know what the public safety is. Do you understand, Chief Green, what the public safety is? I'm getting calls. I literally took a nap and fell asleep. Got up last night, had a call, and the person said, "Tonya, did I wake you up?" You know, and I'm like, "What's up?" You know, I had not one but several. You know, it's a party down. They're partying down on the corner of Flushing and Chevrolet. They've taken over the store that's right there on the corner. They've taken over the partiers. They've taken over the African shop on the corner of Flushing. And you know, they out here and look, y'all, they and I'm gonna call it what it is. Some of these folks are so trifling. Somebody ran into Rube's, stole a pitcher of beer off somebody's table, and ran back outside. You can't make this up. Because they were outside allowed to gather. All our police are downtown is safe. You know, downtown is supposed to be safe, but all around town should have the same safety measures too. All around town should have the same safety measures too. So Chief Green decided to, I don't even think he did this. I think that this was from the mayor department. Mayor. I really don't even think Chief Green did this. I really don't. I think the mayor decided to do it and put Chief Green name on it. I really do. So in his little safety letter that he sent or whatever, where he decided to admonish the city council because how dare we have questions. And I'm going to read the letter out loud. But y'all probably seen it on. I did not comment. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter commented on it. I'm just kind of at my brink of just, okay, well, she gonna comment. I'm gonna let that one, you know, but it was ridiculous. So in his letter, he states, let me turn it to the side so I can read it, y'all. Now all this going on, he decides to put out a letter. Put out a comprehensive public safety plan, Chief Green, with a gang task force, because them little boys down there in hoodies is the ones carrying the guns when it's 90 degrees and they got masks and hoodies on. Put out a public safety plan, a comprehensive public safety plan, and then I need you to enforce it. I'm going to support you. How much money do you need? Me and Mays always said that. How much money do you need? What do you have enough funding? Do you need for overtime? Do you need the witness protection program, the PAL program, $250,000? Making sure you get, what do you need? Because I'm tired of the excuses. 810 days should have not happened if you didn't have the proper staffing and resources, period. Should not. Producer Jay, you were up on there. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna put it up. I just need to step away for just a second. I was gonna put that up. I'll be right back.
Okay, so I'm gonna read the letter. For immediate release, August 13th, police chief calls into politics over people as council fails to approve police training funds. Flint, Michigan, on the eve of a troubling shooting incident, the Flint City Council failed to approve acceptance of state and philanthropic grant dollars awarded for police training and other safety resources. A decision city leadership says undermines efforts to combat crime and violence. I need Stanley Wood's little thing. Thank you, Jonathan Joy, for the orange super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So his whole first sentence is BS, because let me tell you something. He has still yet to open his mouth to say on that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday that 22 people were shot, 2 on Friday, 17 people on Saturday, and 3 people on Sunday. A deadly weekend for gun violence. If you don't want to be the police chief, just resign. Get somebody who want to do it, who got a plan. Are you going to blame city council? These tutorials are not training them. They've had this. They had these same tutorials. And what did they do? When pepper sprayed everybody, they pepper sprayed one on Holmes with the AK-47 sashayed across his body. They went and still did it. It's just these little video tutorials. This is not one-on-one training. This is not in-person training. They've had this training and it hasn't worked. So I wanted to know, Chief Green, because you're the chief and according to the Flint City Charter, that you are supposed to come to the Flint City Council to speak about your training at least quarterly and to tell us, according to page 28, because I'm going to make sure he understands that I understand his duty and my duty. I understand that part. According to page 28, section 3-208, so the Flint City Council's request, the mayor shall require department heads to appear. We've been asking, where is Chief Green? Now you want these funds approved. You come and tell us at council, because what is your plan? But you put out you can't come out, but you put out a letter gaslighting this community when you just continuously get death after death after death and shooting after shooting. When you had in your city that you're the chief of, you had a whole 810 day and you didn't have enough police coverage. I got questions. How do we fix it? Absolutely. How I want to know, but how did it occur to make sure it don't happen again? So instead of him coming to council, he puts out a letter on the eve of a troublous. Which eve of a troublous shooting, sir? Respectfully, you've had numerous of them. Failed to approve. Okay. As the city works to strengthen its comprehensive public safety plan, some city council members have chosen politics over people. Police chief, you're full of shit with that one. I have met with you. It has nothing to do with politics, but you have responsibility according to the Flint City Charter, or you need to be removed for cause. Period. Bless you. For cause. These council members should be prioritizing public safety and community over pettiness politics. Y'all, let me tell you, I wasn't even elected, and Chief Green was hollering out go back to them old ones when Barbara Moore used to call in. And I want to address Tonya Burns. Sir, I'm not even on the city council, but I know you have a gun violence problem in your city. Don't address me. Address the person helping you to write your plan, and then make sure you enforce the plan. How about that? Stop being reactive and be proactive. Again, stop being reactive, Chief Green, and be proactive. We're 2025. Sunoco, make a plan. They work. He was going to shut down that. I called Tony, and me and Tony did not have who owned the Sunoco. We had a very turbulent relationship at times. And it was prior, and it was, and we worked it out because I care about the city and he cares about the city too. His children go here to public schools. And so I said, look, Tony, the shooting got to stop. It was called the Club Sunoco. Now it's Sunoco Service. Now it's Amico. We're going to say now it's Amico, but it was Sunoco. I said, look, it's a couple of things that we need to do to create a plan to stop this. But I see some things that are key. One, you need to reconnect your cameras back to the Intel Center. Your green light is out and you got to get that. Well, I ain't got nobody. Well, I'll get a technician because this is what I've done as a career for years, over 2 decades. He got the green light cut back on, connected to cameras, the security cameras, so they can watch. 2, you got to get a security guard from your prime hours that we know that you out here, they doing their little thing. No more twerking. You can't, no more doing videos up in your Sunoco. Why is the gas station, the party club? You can't do that no more. Also, I need you to record every time you call and the police don't show up. At the point you got people for loitering, I need you to call police. But before that, I need you to get that sign posted on your building. You have to have the loitering sign. If you want the police to remove the people, you have to have a loitering sign. He said, okay, I'll get the loitering sign. Okay, I'll get the green light back up. Okay, I'll tell my clerks to make sure that they call police. And then I'm going to tell them to call you to call me because I want to make sure it's getting done. Because I'm going to make the call also. I'm tired of seeing rest in peace t-shirts. Children who are hanging out when you're 16, 17, 18, don't make the same decisions when you're 50, 40, and 30. Majority of them don't. But they're not living to even be 18 in our city, to be grown, or more or less 21. And so what they did was there was a plan. He did all of those things in Club Sunoco. I remember someone sent me a video. And I was not even on council then, y'all. They was like, that lady running for city council, shut this shit down. Excuse my language, but this was on the video. She said, ain't nothing going on. They showed Sunoco and it was nothing going on. The city is not required to entertain your children if you are a parent. And it's your responsibility as a parent when you had them, before you had them, ain't much to do. It's your responsibility as a parent to keep your child company. It's not the city's responsibility or elected officials. It's not. You want something to do with your child, plan for your child. Quit Parenting means you're the parent. You have to parent that child. It is your responsibility. You have to teach your child your values, their morals. It's your responsibility to parent. Flint is not a big city. There's not a lot to do. You knew this before you had any children, moms and dads. It is your job to raise your children. It is the city's job to create a safe environment, and for public safety, it is the city's job for that. But it is not the city's job to be party promoters. It's not. It's just not the city's job. And so when we understand this part, which some people don't, it's my responsibility for my children to take. I kept my children there, and there are things to do. Teen Quest, you got to look for things to do. Having your child out there twerking in the street, not cool. If you want to have a dance, have it, in a controlled environment. That was not a controlled nor safe environment. It was not safe. And to prove it wasn't safe, 2 people got shot. Those were stray bullets. They didn't have a name on them. They did not hit their intended target. They did not hit the intended target. And sadly, that young lady lost her life. You can't just go out in the street and party and you can't do it. It's not safe. It is not safe. And it just, and I don't get the part with parents who want to be your kids' friends. I now want to be my kids' friends. And my kids are very adamant in saying, no, ma'am, you told us you was not going to be our friends. I said, but I used to say, I'll be your friend when you're good and grown and buying your own toilet paper. You're good and grown when you're buying your own toilet paper. And you got a mortgage. They got mortgages. They got toilet paper. They got car payments. They taking care of themselves. Now we can be friendly. I've given you as a parent the things you need to survive, to be grown, to the morals, the values. I've instilled integrity and character. I've given you the things to be successful. And that is the job of a parenting, and giving it with love, and sometimes giving it with discipline. Discipline and structure is a part of parenting. Discipline and structure gives children boundaries. It gives them the thought that you might want me to do this, but I know my parents taught me better. The biggest thing for me to be was, don't let my dad have to come from work if I get in trouble at school. Because if they had to leave GM out of General Motors and on that line to come get you because you didn't cut up, you was going to get it. You would get you was getting a whooping and you was going to get punishment. But parents have to instill that. I feared my father and I feared my mother. I feared my community. I feared the adults in my community. And I also respected them because they respected themselves. I respected the adults in my community because they carried themselves with class, with dignity. You didn't dare talk about the woman that you knew she might have been cheating with her husband or whatever, because you know what? You respected adults. Parents have got to start parenting, and it's your responsibility. Give your child discipline. Give your child structure because they want it. They want it. So you can't get out here and say, and parents want to blame everybody. When you and your child at the same club, get your ass out of there. Not cool. I remember it was New Year's Eve, and my family literally had a tradition. We would go Thanksgiving all up to New Year's Eve. We hung out, all of us together. My daughter was going to University of Michigan, and that's when they had the tent with the ball drop. And literally, we were like, okay, we're going to go down here. We kind of like did the whole downtown scene, which was nice. Me and my cousins, because that's what we did. Thanksgiving on, we celebrated my birthday, my aunt's birthday, Thanksgiving. We did Christmas. We just had a good time. New Year's Eve. And then I was literally, it was New Year's Eve with the ball drop. And I'm on the dance floor, and me and my cousin, we on the dance floor, I'm like, my cousin goes, ain't that Niecy? I said, oh, no, Time to go. Because I don't party with my children. She was in college then. There's a difference between me and being a mother and then me being a friend. Or I don't party with my kids like that. That you don't do it. Have some respect for yourself. You can't be mad at your kids when you're doing the same thing as your kids. You can't. I literally left because my daughter was partying. Let her have, she was in a safe environment. I left because let her and her college friends, because it was everybody in Flint. I'm not going to be on the dance floor out in public. Now, if it's a Christmas party with the family, then yes. In our home or wherever we having the Christmas party or Thanksgiving with our family, because my family do that. But out in the streets like that, I don't do that. And we need to understand what the structure, discipline, and what is that you can do, and etiquette. I just don't do that. And you shouldn't either. So if you at home and you partying and twerking and your daughter is going to be out there twerking, and if you at home calling your child's mother a bitch and your daughter answers when a guy that she dating calls her a bitch, it's because you created that. When you call your child's mother a bitch, she think it's okay because you the daddy saying your mama a bitch, and the damn men that they gonna call her a bitch because she wants her mother answer to being called a bitch. Stop calling these women bitches. There is no respect. I don't answer to that. And you got to understand that. And when these guys talk, you hear the guy in the video saying it's some PUSSY, a lot of PUSSY out of here. And literally somebody is getting shot and the fight is going on. Fathers, women, young women look for men like their fathers. If you aren't respecting your daughter, then their mothers, then your daughter is going to get a man like you. Mothers, if you aren't respecting yourself, if you out here still reliving your childhood and you're going to have you a hot girl summer, your hot days might be over. Carry yourself with some class and some dignity. It's a difference between a mother and a child. Grow up. You can't be out here wearing and doing everything that your child do. If you and your daughter wearing the same outfit and showing the same thing, something wrong. Do stuff in your childhood. If you're doing the same thing you was doing when you were 14, 18, 25, 35, 45, and 55, you're the problem. You should have had some growth. And if you don't have growth and you're at the same mentality as your daughter or your grandchildren, something is wrong with you. Grow up. You cannot expect someone to give you respect when you aren't respectful. You don't carry yourself respectfully. I do not with my sisters, and I have a younger sister. Well, I have a couple of younger sisters. I don't play like when we went on the sister trip. And like, and look, I'm sorry if it's offending y'all because people swear, and I'm not going to act like it. We keeping it real. We keeping it one-on-one. And my younger sister, she might be like, oh, bitch, this. No, we don't do that. My older sister who lives in Upper Baltimore, Maryland, she's like, no, we don't play that. I don't say that with my sisters. I don't do it with my friends. They will tell you. I don't do that with Stephanie. I don't do it with Sheena, Carol. I don't do it with my friend Farrell. I don't do it with my friend. I don't do that with my friends. I don't call my friends bitches because I'm not going to call you a name that if someone else call you a bitch, then we got to fight. I'm not going to call you a bitch because if someone else call you that we don't like, then you want to be upset. You want to fight. Because if I'm stepping out, I'm trying to be cute, y'all. I ain't trying to fight at this age. If I'm stepping out, I want to be cute and have a good time. I'm not trying to do that. I don't disrespect other women. Sis, I respect you. Sis, I'm going to give you yours. If I don't like you, I'm just not going to talk to you. I'm not going to call you out your name. And so what we have to do is be conscious of making it making it our norm to respect people again. You know, people are like, oh, well, the music. I do think the music culturally is a problem. I do. I do. And so I want, and these are my beliefs. And I'm gonna tell you something. Structure. I remember I was teaching a second, third grade split, and I've told this before. And I didn't understand. I had 9 angry children in my class, which is giving me hell. And I was tired of sending them down to the principal's office because I felt the principal was saying, well, she can't get control of her classroom. These kids had some issues I did not even know. So meeting with the parents, meeting with the grandparents, meeting with the aunties, and meeting with the foster parents, because these kids were not living in 2-parent household that the parents that conceived them, made them, were raising them. I had to understand where these kids, what they were going through, where they came from, and where they were at. And so I had 9 children that either the parents were dead, one dead, both dead, one was incarcerated, or both were incarcerated. And so there were 9 students whose parents were incarcerated. So I started a letter writing program. And so when they were able to start writing to their parents, I would take pictures. I would take copies of their work to send to the parents. They would send them to the mom and the dads, whoever was incarcerated. Literally, I ended up only with one child that had some issues, which was later diagnosed, that child had fetal alcohol syndrome and ADHD and was born the mom had been on drugs. But literally just being able to connect to that parent that they never seen changed. They were able to write, they were able to communicate. And that it was something that we may say was so simple, was so big to them because they wanted to know that other parent that they didn't see cared about them. These kids want to know that the parents care. They're not trying to party with y'all, or they think it's cool, but it's not cool. They want your structure. They want you to give them discipline. They want to know that they can depend on you, that you ain't doing the same thing that they're doing in the streets. You can't correct them if you're doing the same thing. And so when we talk about the care of these children, I had the one little boy, he was cutting up bad. And the mom who had been on drugs, the dad was raising them who had been on drugs. He had been a drug dealer. He had sold drugs. He had gotten his life together. And he would come and talk. I mean, I was having meetings literally every day. And I was tutoring the young man. And he was just cutting up so bad. And he had a sister. I had him and a sister. I ended up telling him, okay, he got 30 days with Mrs. B. And I asked the janitor, the custodian, I said, look, I need him to understand the value of some structure. I need him to, because he was like just tearing up stuff. Okay, well, you're going to clean up stuff. You like to tear up stuff, you're going to clean up. So for 30 days, he had to help the janitor. He had to go clean. Oh, God, I still had a chalkboard in my classroom then. He would help the janitor to empty the trash. He was cleaning the bathrooms. And so he was able to carry with the janitor, which, this was, and literally where the school was, where the school sat around was like it sat in the middle, and it was a sidewalks all the way around. You could see, this is when I first seen those little Ziploc bags is what they put the crack in. And they were literally all over the sidewalk when I first started at this school. And it was it was majority Black with some Hispanic students in there. And he did his 30 days. He was there with I tutored him. He would be with the janitor, the custodian. He would clean everything. He loved carrying them keys. At the last day he was done, he started cutting up in my class again. And I pulled his daddy in. I pulled him in. I said, look, help me understand. You have improved. Your grades have improved. He got on the honor roll. He was on the honor roll. And I'm like, okay, what's going on? The little boy started crying. And he said, I like coming in and staying after school. And I like working with, I forget the janitor's name, the custodian's name, and having the keys. He said, and helping him. What this child was telling me was he liked the structure. He liked the discipline. He knew what to come in, what was expected of him. He had a level of excellence and expectations that was set for him. Parents, set expectations for your children to live up to. Set expectations. And I know it means something because I have lived through it. So I agreed with him for the rest of the year. He wasn't on punishment or being disciplined. Detention didn't work with him, kicking him out of school. He just helped the janitor. Didn't have any more problems out of him for the rest of the year. He just wanted some structure. He wanted some discipline. He wanted to know, what did we expect of him? And he liked carrying them keys around. He thought he was the guy after. There wasn't nobody there after school. Really? He liked, except for me, tutoring for free. And he liked having it, so let him have it. Stayed on the honor roll. And these are the things we have got to understand. Yes, Chief Green is a part of the problem. Absolutely, because he didn't have a plan. And then he put that BS letter out there. But parents, you are the problem too. You are the problem too. Quit letting these kids run your house. They ain't buying no groceries. They ain't paying no consumers energy. They ain't paying no Xfinity. They ain't putting no gas. They ain't paying no insurance. They ain't buying no groceries. And you trying to be their friend. Parenting means you're teaching them. You parent them. Do your job as a parent. It ain't elected officials or Chief Green's job or even the mayor's job to have things to do for your children. They're not your party planners. They're not. It is not the mayor's responsibility. It is not Chief Green's responsibility. It is not the county commissioners. It's not the county clerks. It's not any elected official. And it's not city council. Making sure that you set up things to do for your children is a part of parenting. It's your job. It's your job. So back to this letter, because y'all know where I lie on the ground on with Chief Green. I mean, in the letter, because I didn't get past paragraph 2. Y'all, this I didn't write the letter about the letter because I was irritated. And I'm not gonna lie. I was very irritated with this letter. I was extremely irritated. Because Chief Green, he should have known better. This letter was ridiculous. I literally didn't make it. And sorry for the story, but in there. But I want everybody to go home at the end of the day with having a good time. I do. I've been calling my daughter. She my friend. She's like, no, ma'am, I am not your friend. But I enjoy my daughter. Now, my daughter's 35. And she still needs her mother. She needs her mother. Okay? And she needs her father. Don't ever think that your job stops being a parent and providing structure, discipline, giving them what they need to still, even though they may have a mortgage and a car and everything, they still need their parents. Parenting never stops. And what you instill in your children will be instilled in their grandchildren and in your great-grandchildren and in your great-great-grandchildren. So when you instill character, value, and morals, and you are consistent in it, it's going to be instilled for generations to come. It will be instilled for generations to come because I didn't play with my grandmamas. And if my granddaddy came home, your girl was scared. And I'm going to be honest. I didn't play with my Aunt Jewel because she drove a Buick. She was a deaconess. She would smoke them cigarettes and more cigarettes and would cock it in the side of her mouth. My Aunt Jewel wasn't going to play. When we went down south, you didn't play with Aunt Jewel. When she said do it the first time, it was done. Strongest lady I've ever known. One of them. I've had some wonderful women, but instill in your children what you want your children, your grandchildren, and for generations to come. You have a responsibility to be what you want your family to be. Break those generational curses and change. If you need help and change, if you need parenting classes, reach out to me. If you need help on what to do, I'm going to get you some help. Reach out to me. Break those generational curses. I literally went with Brother LaRon, and thank you, Brother LaRon, for showing up to City Council. Literally went to with Michael Clack, with the mom who had 2 sons got shot. One was shot with severe injuries. The other one was in good condition, was able to leave the hospital. You got to get involved. We have to reach, and black men, because I see a lot of y'all on here. We need y'all. And Stanley, white men, we need y'all. We need men to step up. We need men to literally help us to carry the torch, because the women out here are getting tired. We need the men. We need y'all to stand in the gap. We need y'all men to be a fence around our children. We need you men to be a fence around our community. We need the men to step up and to come together or stand hand in hand with the women. But nobody's going to fix our community but us. Stanley Wood comes up there and speaks every week. Arthur Woodson, and y'all know Arthur Woodson and me have a difficult friendship. He comes and speaks. Now he like to put his little Save a Hero cape on, because that's what he does. But I want people to understand we have to make a space for everybody. I don't care what color you are, what race you are. I don't care about whatever you label yourself. Is not my business. But let's come together as a community to save our community. Let me finish reading this letter. And Lord must don't want me to read this letter, because Chief Green this letter is not worth the ink it's on. Okay, let me get back to this. So I hope I gave everybody something that we can use. I hope. And if you need help with parenting, contact me. I will get you some parenting classes. I will get them. And if you got little girls who need to be etiquette, I do want to say this. And I want to say thank you to Lento Law Group, who sponsored several children by donating $850 to Mercedes School of Etiquette, Madam Mercedes School of Etiquette, so that those girls would have it. He donated $850 to make sure he don't live here, to make sure those kids, young girls had and the graduation was nice. It was, they were dressed in their dresses. They went out there twerking. They had their dresses, they little hats on. I mean, they had gloves on. It was so beautiful. That's what we want. Teaching our young ladies how to be ladies. So the council members should be prioritizing public safety and our community over petty politics, said Terrence Green, chief of police. Failing to approve these grants for police training and essential city services could be viewed as an attempt to weaken the support and protection we provide. No, you don't know how to schedule. He ought to be shamed. The funding in question would have supported enhanced police training and de-escalation, crisis intervention, and community. They have already been through this. I mean, y'all heard the guy come up because Chief Green was supposed to be there, but he wasn't. He sent someone in his place. He should have had his ass there. Critical city services aimed at improving neighborhood safety and well-being. City leaders stressed that these resources are urgently needed in light of recent violence, including the shooting that occurred just before the vote. As the city mourns the loss of recent victims, we, the people, deserve a government that puts their safety of Flint first, said Ed Taylor, Chief of Staff for the City of Flint. We are committed to moving our public safety. The city will continue to push for approval of resources. Okay, you don't have a plan. That letter is straight BS. So here's the thing, Chief Green, you keep having, I've been saying since 2020, those videos that they're saying it's not hands-on, it's not in person. It ain't working. So what you do is step to the lectern so we can have a dialogue. I've called Chief Green. I've emailed Chief Green. I have called Chief Green. He is not talking to me now. And I'm okay with that. So come to City Council, where that's where you are required to come according to the Flint City Charter. Page 28. Can we put that up, Producer Jack? I literally said I wasn't gonna be on here long, y'all. So page 28 tells you under section 3-208, and I was gonna blow dry my hair, y'all. That is not gonna happen today. 3-208, upon city council request, the mayor shall require departmental heads to appear before and report to city council on at least a quarterly basis for activities within their departments, progress on departmental budgets, progress on performance goals, performance goals set in departmental budgets, and to answer questions from the city council. Chief Green, you have been summoned to the lectern. I need you to show up. Nobody trying not to get you trained, trying to get you more training, trying to get you more resources. But when you deliberately put up a BS letter like this, what are you doing? Shame on Chief Green. Let me hear you say how many people got shot. What was it? August, 1st or 2nd? That Saturday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, where he act like he couldn't count. But we know that during the pepper spray, one of the officers did state that's why 17 bodies was dropped. So page 28, because I don't want y'all to think I'm coming up with anything. There it goes. Page 28, regular department meeting. Chief Green, we need you to step to the podium, sir. I've got some questions. I need to talk to you about what's going on. I need to talk to you about how many officers. I need to talk to you about, we talked about the pay at budget hearing. I need to talk about what is your plan. I need to talk about how long does it take for the permits to go through. I need to talk about how many people, how many officers per person expected to be at an event. I need to talk to you, Chief Green, that all these gang violence, where you at? Oh, I have a gang task force, but do you have a specialized one just for your city? Because you have a gang problem. You have a drug problem with Narcan. Go on keeping the community first. And thank you, keeping the communities first, for doing what you do. How many people slumped over at the steering wheel unresponsive? You have a problem with drugs in your community. I want to know what is your plan. And in a comprehensive public safety plan, that's just that portion of it. This hot spot policing. What are you doing about it? When people calling me and Chief Green, you know they calling me. And they can't call 911, you have a problem. When they call 911 and nothing happens, and sometimes people never show up. Step to the podium, sir. I got some questions. They shouldn't have to call me 911. And I have been consistent with telling the community, you call 911 first, then call me if nothing happens. But call 911 because time is of the essence. Chief Green, you had a shooting. You had shootings on August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. The August 1st, Friday, 2 people shot. August 2nd, you had 17 people shot. August 3rd, you had 3. So the Friday was 2, Saturday 17, Sunday 3. Chief Green, you had 22 people shot in one weekend. And you had many before and many after. How many shootings have you had? Please get your data together, sir, because those are the questions. And I know somebody why, because they watch my social media. I need to know how many shootings you've had, because I avoided it. I can't seem to get it. How many shootings? What do we need to do to curb the shootings? So this is very real information. I need to know. You had a deadly shooting weekend, 22 people in 3 days. What are you doing? And you had 810 day. Poorly staffed. We're just going to say not staffed. So yes, step to the podium. I have some questions. And according to the Flint City Charter, sir, section 3-208, I need to step to the podium. You can say the lectern, have questions. I've asked you several times. No, I'm not approving it until I know what are your other goals. So it's not you have hot spot policing. It's time for you to be in the hot seat to answer these questions. So, Producer Jay.
Yes, ma'am.
I sent you that the press conference where after August 1st, he had at the Clio Road Center, where the mayor had the young people tell him how great he was. And they still never said that they had all of these shootings. And so did I send you the timestamp for that one?
No timestamp.
Oh, it's at the 3-minute mark.
I thought that was Green's.
Yeah, it was 810 Flint's press. They did the press conference. They had it, and then we need to be. It was, but at that press conference, 810 Flint, they did do a video. And thank you to Xavier. We appreciate you doing a video library that I'm able to easily access and other people in this community. We appreciate that. Worst press conference ever. And so I watched this one again last night, probably about 3:00 in the morning, and I became even more irritated. And I'm going to tell y'all why I became even more irritated. The mayor stated mental illness is why people shoot people, why they were shooting people. Can we play it? Please and thank you. And y'all look, donate to.
As I enumerated some of the things that we have had in the city, sold out events, great events for family and people to gather and have great things. Even things happen this weekend. We are engaging in more activities. The chief says we have drivers of crime throughout our community, and you see these pop-up parties, these things of people drag racing. Make the phone call into our active tip line. Make sure that you're part of the positive progression that we're making in our city. And I focus on the word honor. I want to bring up the police chief right now to talk about some of the extra things that we're doing and how you can participate in the level of help that we need. Chief Green.
Thanks, Mayor. So what we're going to continue to do is what we refer to as hot spot policing. These large gathering locations, it's going to be a zero tolerance. We're going to break them up. If you're driving without a license, if you driving an unregistered vehicle, anything you're doing to disrupt the peace of people that's trying to, sleep, disturbing the peace, we're going to react accordingly. It appears that some groups are going to they want to be stubborn about not having these pop-up parties. Well, the police department is going to be just as much stubborn as they are. And it's going to be a zero tolerance. One thing we need to do, as the mayor touched on, the police department can't do this alone. We're going to do our job. We're not going to make excuses, staffing, things of that nature. We're going to do our job the best of our abilities. But we need a community. We need to partner with the community. My whole message is a partnership with the community. Without the community, building that community trust, bridging the gap between the police department and the community, no one's going to be successful. So that's our number one goal. We want the community to call us, give us tips, any concerns you have, call my office. On a daily basis, that's not a problem, but we want a strong partnership with the community. Thanks.
As we engage this, we have to recognize where we are in society. We have these cell phones and media and different things that's going to promote, the hostile engagement amongst one another. Mental illness is a real problem. It's real in our reality. As a compassionate community, as a compassionate administration, we have a soft spot for those individuals that have mental illnesses, and then we have to get them help, because shooting somebody is a sickness. It's a mental illness to be able to try to take someone's life. We have to be able to touch on those people that's going through those crises. Here at this center, we have resources, and especially we want to make sure that we reach out to those in every sector of our community, those that would cause harm and havoc in our communities, that's not moving in a normal fashion. We have to be aware of that. We cannot have that level of promotion through our community. We have to push back against those dominant tendencies that one may have when they have mental illnesses. But definitely we can speak to that. We have resources available here in the city of Flint to be able to push that back, and it will help reduce the level of hostility in our community. Here is our mental health awareness weeks we have here. Also, of our division of health is Sheba Ward, and she's here to speak to a little bit of that and some of the resources we have.
Okay, let's cut. This is what happened when y'all don't vote. This is what happened when you don't vote. You right there. If you on here and you didn't vote, you part of the problem. This is why you get bad information. Mental illness is not associated with gun violence. It's not. You have a mayor on here stereotyping people and individuals. Mental illness does not equate to gun violence. It just does not. It does not. So it is crucial that we approach this topic with sensitivity and avoid associating mental illness with violence, as this perpetuates harmful stereotypes, and discourages people from seeking help that really need help. Mental illness is not synonymous with violent behavior. Mental illness is not synonymous with violent behavior. He just gets up there and lies and divides this community. Mental illness is not synonymous with violence. It's not. He don't even know what he be talking about. Just crazy. Mental illness is not synonymous with violent behavior, including shootings and gang violence. While studies have explored relationships, it's crucial to avoid stigmatizing those with mental health conditions. The mayor of the city of Flint, Mayor Neely, just stigmatized it. It is crucial we don't stigmatize mental illness. And yet he just did it at a podium, at a press release conference. He just did it. It is not synonymous. He's so wrong in so many ways. He's so wrong for Flint. This is a problem. Most people with mental illness, I want to give you some good information, something you can walk away with. There's always an educational component in what I do. Mental illness, most people with mental illness are not violent. This is a fact. Most people with mental illness are not violent. The vast majority of people with mental health conditions are not violent and are more likely to be victims of violence than perpetrators. Somebody go get this man a book or read it out or get him one of the little audio books. It is not. Stop stereotyping and making that connection. It's not true. It's just not true. They're more likely to be victims of violence. To get up there on a podium and spew bad information, that's not what we need. And as he has future leaders behind him, he's standing up there in a suit, in a position of power, giving terrible information, wrong information. Multiple factors contribute to violence. When violence does occur, it's rarely due solely to mental illness. Instead, it is often a complex interplay of various factors, which include substance use disorder, history of violence or criminal behavior, exposure to violence, especially during childhood. A lot of our young folks are exposed to violence. You may like the gangster music, but that gangster music is cussing everybody out. These little games that show you how to kill, yeah, same thing. Our streets, the game. Some people wouldn't even move. That guy was out there still. They were shooting and fighting, and he didn't even budge. He was still filming. He was still recording. Unstable dynamics or lack of parental support. There's the parenting component. Lack of educational or employment opportunity. Negative peer influence and pressure, social factors like structural racism and community disinvestment, gang violence and mental health. Gang violence can increase the health of developing mental health problems such as anxiety, psychosis, PTSD, and substance abuse. But for him to sit up and say that it is synonymous, Mayor Neely, step away from the podium. Step away. Now I'm going to get on Chief Green. Y'all, you can't make this up. And it's sad. So Chief Green, since 2020, I've asked, Like I say, he don't take my calls. I'm okay with that. You know, but come to the elected according to the charter, because right now you are you're in violation of your charter. I need to know what your goals are. We need to know that. So police departments operating with high crime areas. What can you do, sir? What should you be doing? We have a gang violence problem. We have a shooting problem. We have a problem here. You have an uptick. I need him to say on that August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, he had 22 people killed. We know that following weekend, the officer said 17 bodies got dropped because of places like this. And that was at the barbecue place, but them people was in line just trying to get some barbecue. And y'all sprayed the barbecue. Y'all maced the barbecue. I mean, come on. And the people. So police departments operating in areas with high crime and gun violence should prioritize several key goals to enhance public safety and reduce violence. 1, reduce shootings and homicides. This is often a primary goal to decrease overall level of violence in the community. Ours, it's really difficult because we haven't really seen that. I will say, I don't care what anybody say, those who were Yvonne Brantley, who was the Michigan State Police commander, reduced violence. It wasn't Flint doing all of that. That was her. She would pull y'all over, her troopers. Now, if you had, say, a tail light, didn't have a car seat, or your license plates, she actually got those things fixed. You need a car seat. She wasn't going to ticket you. She was going to get you a car seat. Went on to do other things like buy formula for families. If you go on to work and they take your car and you got to take your kids to school, you can't go to work. You can't get the kids to school. You can't get to the grocery store. She helped the community. And there were grants. She learned about these grants by being at a meeting in Shiawassee County. When we don't have people who know how to go get the money that's out there and bring it back to us, it's never put in our community to make our communities better. She went out there, got the money, said, hey, they giving you money to fix your cars, get your tail light that was busted, get your car seats, to help fill that gap, real wraparound services. And she did it. Yvonne Brantley helped this community. Yvonne Brantley had a goal of ending gang violence. Yvonne Brantley made sure she got those kids off the street and she dealt with them parents. I sat there with her and talked with her. When it was kids' parents sitting there in the jail because the person that killed their brother or their cousin, and they all in there together, she's on the phone with the sheriff and the undersheriff, and we trying to work this out. I was on the phone with her. When parents call and saying, I'm scared for my child, I don't want to speak up. I know who shot this person. We cannot solve crime in a conventional way because Flint is unconventional. It takes all of us. But they found a way to get rid of her over that. But I'm going to tell you this, what she was good at, her job. What she was good at, getting drugs off the street. What she was good at, getting them guns off the street. What she was good at was identifying the key gang members and understanding what happened. Literally, I called that woman one night at 2-something in the morning, 12:02. It was late. She answered me on her iPad. She didn't say hello. And I done told y'all this story before. She didn't say hello. She says, give me the address. That was the first thing she said, because she knew if I'm calling her at that time of the night, it was serious and that I couldn't get anybody from the Flint Police Department. She answered me on her iPad. She said, give me the address. I gave her the address. This time it happened to be on Thomas Street. It was the 2700 block of Thomas Street. Still having some problems on Thomas Street. House was shot up. 3 children were in the house. A bullet was this far away from a 3-year-old's head as he laid in his bed. I gave her the address. Literally, y'all, it took me about 2 minutes to get there. And by the time I could hear the sirens, and they get over there. I get there, I park down, she's letting the police do their job. The mom had called me because she's yelling and screaming. And she said, Councilman Burns, they shot my house. They shot my house up. They look over, my brother ain't here. They shot my house up. And I called 911 first. And then I called her. I called Post Commander Yvonne Brantley. And when I got over there, that bullet had just missed her child by that much in the bed. And her house had 29 bullets in it that time. because the gang members was looking for her brother because his tether had been put to her house. He wasn't even staying there anymore. And by the time I got there, it was about, I don't know how many Michigan State troopers, and they had the dog, and they got in the camera. I mean, when I got there, the dogs, they were there literally within a minute or two. I mean, they were there. Locked the street down, locked the area down, had the dogs out. And what happened, 4 boys had walked up to the house, parked down the street, young men, part of a gang, stood in front of the house with their guns and shot, just fired 4 of them. And they end up, the spray went to the house next door on 2 sides. There was guns there, bullets in their homes also, and vehicles. So when I say this, you'll hear people say little keywords, oh, what you gonna do? That people need to stop. I want my community to be safe. And everything I do, you don't have to see me and you don't need to know about it. But I've been working, I'm gonna keep working for the safety of my community. That young lady ended up moving out of her house. But they sprayed it. Her house had gotten shut up 3 times with gangs. And we knew the gangs. I knew the mom of the children, the 4 boys, because they went back and shot their house up. It's retaliatory. And they shot their house up, they shot that. And this went back several times. So, Mark Hutchison, you funny. So when I say this, I know how it goes because literally I done met with parents. We done took people to save houses to get them out their house. I done did this with people. And so when we talk about this community, we have a police chief that doesn't return phone calls, a police chief that won't listen, a police chief that puts out bullshit letters. And he politricked it, not us. He politricked it, not us. So what should he be doing? He needs to be targeting high-risk individuals and groups, focus on resources and enforcement on small number of groups. He needs to investigate shootings and solve gun crimes. You got over 150 unsolved homicides. You have a shooting every day. And Chief Green, you said it at the podium. I've asked you. Shootings get called in every single day in the city of Flint. So that means it's 365 days in a year. You got 365 days that someone's calling into 911 for a shooting. Sir, fix your problem. Our job is to say, how can we support you? Can we move money here? What do you need us to do? I've never told him no. I have always told him, let's do this. A PAL program, that's showing. I went to bat for Chief Green for PAL. Then he had to call me because I have had a working relationship with him. But the problem is the mayor who says mental illness is what's causing the shootings, who is so bad. And I say it again, mental illness is not associated with shootings and gun violence. It is not synonymous. It is not. And I've had to work. So I get frustrated with Chief Green because I know he got the information in here because he told me. He's talking about other communities and their great programs. Sir, get your plan and work it. Work it. He needs to improve community police relationships and build trust, engage in the community. He needs to address root causes of violence. These kids have straw guns and ghost guns. Guns are being sold in our communities. He needs to address this. How are they getting it? They said the gun buyback, those guns don't go back on the street. Well, there's a whole article that came out. Arthur Woodson just reposted it this week that wasn't true. That was a lie, Mayor Neely, because they were taking them guns and selling them back and components of them. They were. So he didn't tell the truth. So we need to address the root causes of violence, partner with community organizations and social agencies to address underlying factors contributing, such as poverty, trauma, and lack of opportunity. These kids have a lack of opportunity, but the parenting is a problem too. Y'all parents with your hot girl summers and hot daddy summers. All these daddies who want to still be fly guys, come on, let it go, bro. They need a daddy. They need your skill. They need you to parent them. These young men need the grown men. They need them. Hotspot policing. You'll forever hear him talking about hotspot policing. I had a hotspot policing issue last night. Sure did. And I contacted Chief Green, but y'all know he don't take my call. But I did send him a text. Because I'm not going to be the only one. If you waking me up out my sleep, if you calling Tonya Burns out her sleep, I'm calling the desk sergeant, 911 first. I'm calling 911. I'm calling the desk sergeant. I'm calling Chief Green. We're going to all be awake because I'm going to be able to say to myself that I don't have any regrets. I did everything that was within my reach, within my capability to put my hands on, to touch, to prevent it, to stop it. We have to stop reactive policing. Proactive policing should be riding down Flushing Road knowing they're going to be hanging out these clubs, sitting on top of these cars, drinking, throwing the bottles out, partying. Then there's always shooting come out. Take y'all behinds in the club. Let the clubs make money. They outside the club don't want, and the club owners don't want you there. It is not the clubs. It is the outside, because what if we're being proactive? We going to patrol the Continental. I done told you, I went down to the Continental 2022, got down there and I had to tell the person around, I said, you down here selling shrimp and chicken dinners and you ain't running a legal joint. No. And that was when I first met Officer Van Kuren. And I didn't have any problems with Van Kuren. And I think maybe he just may need some training. I mean, because he was like, no, we got to protect the peace. You know, he went down there spraying people then. He was not. And one-on-one, when I talk to these officers, they're different. I cannot say that I don't like them because I've talked to them differently, each of them. I can't say that, but I do know with the training, which is why I need Chief Green. Step to the podium, sir. What type of training? Because you got good officers. But if your leadership is poor, then you're going to have bad officers. If they do not trust in you and they're deciding we're going to give a vote of no confidence for you and your leadership isn't leading, then you got a problem with your department. If the mayor's leadership and the police chief serves at the pleasure of the mayor, if the mayor don't have leadership and then the chief is following with the mayor, because the mayor will micromanage because they sent them people over to Hasselbrink and they said it was from the mayor, then it filters down and you get mess like this. Who's really in control? Chief Green has been to school. He's certified, did 27 years with the Genesee County Sheriff. He was the police chief of Mount Morris and he came to Flint. It's got over 35, almost 40, 35 years of training. I need him to apply it. Respectfully, Chief Green, we need to see your damn comprehensive public safety plan. And it needs to encompass all of the things that's in one, and he knows. I've sat down, I've got notes where I took and we sat down and we went over it. Nobody wins. I want to come on and say, y'all know when Chief Green did the gun violence where I didn't even go to my council meeting, that famous meeting, I guess. And I didn't go to the council meeting because I had a gun violence. Chief Green was on that. And I when the news contacted me, I said, hey, I got to tell you, Chief Green did a great job. I have to say, I will say it. I'm going to give it your flowers, your hip hip parades. And they were on Frank Street this time, and they were just shooting. And they were shooting. It was the wrong house, gang violence. They were targeted. And he caught him and he arrested him. I've showed y'all the videos on my show before. And so when we have these type of problems and they're consistent, and I think he actually came to the meeting and people felt good. Why? Because the chief showed up. The chief showed up and took control. The chief had a plan and he worked the plan. He caught the people. They were arrested. Chief, where is your plan? And what can I do and council do? And what can we do? I don't dislike anybody more than I love the people of Flint. I don't dislike anybody more than I don't want to have a shooting anymore. I don't want to see, I hate them. I hate rest in peace t-shirts. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate to see that as a child. I hate to see that a parent is going to mourn for something that is senseless gun violence. I hate to see it. And I know he know what to do because I've seen it. He caught them people. He showed up for the meeting, said what he needed to say, and we weren't getting along, Chief Green. I mean, I'm not gonna say getting along. We will work together for the right thing, but now he ain't taking my calls at all. And I highlighted him, and I'm quite sure the mayor got mad at him. You going there, how with Tonya? You can't look. Here's the thing: for the mayor, you can't get along with Tonya Burns to do your job because then you become a problem. I'm quite sure Chief Green got in trouble for doing his job, and he did it well. And then I highlighted him. That made the mayor mad. How you gonna show you getting along with Tonya Burns? How you gonna go to that meeting? Because it's his damn job. And he did it.
The mayor's office.
You know what? And he did it. And the residents felt because they were like, well, Chief Green was there. He did what he said he was going to do. And that's what we want. Good government, good policy, holding people responsible. He got in trouble for it. And so what happens? If it ain't the mayor's idea of something he can steal, then you get in trouble. And I want to say this, the reckless driving ordinance was one that I introduced, and Chief Green helped me on that because I wanted to work on that. I worked on it. I went to him for to ask him, what do you see as the issue? And I know what I was seeing. I had three people hit on Ballinger and Flushing Road. 2 were fatalities. I don't just sit there and pretend like it ain't issues. I go to work. What can I do to make it better? What needs to be done? I will reach out to whoever it is. I went to work. Asked Chief Green, what do you see? And we saw the same things and pulled up the ordinance, revised the ordinance, and we got it passed. It passed in council. So the one with the reckless driving, when they taking the cars with the sliding, the figure eights, yeah, that was your girl went to work for her community, went to work and work with Chief Green. So I know he know what to do. That ain't the mayor. Mayor, all he does, he is a plagiarism pirate. He steal other people's stuff and make it his. That's what he do. He wants to be the only one to pretend like he's doing something when he steal everybody's ideas. He didn't want the council, all 8 people, to be there to speak, to bring his community together. You are not a leader if you don't have it in you to bring your community together. You are the worst kind of leader. Chief Green worked with me on that ordinance, and it took some months. And he understood my passion. He understood that I didn't want the cause for my community that someone else is in the middle of the road dead. I have to work around the mayor because he has shut down council to only work with those that kiss his behind. And that is a problem. When you see a problem, you go to work. I need him to work on that public safety plan. So I'm not going to completely throw Chief Green away. I'm not going to do that. I'm pissed at him right now. I'm angry. And he would probably tell you that she got a right to be angry. It is a lot of shooting. And that's why we have to look at the components. Right now, only thing I see with us really working and developing the plan that's in the way is Mayor Sheldon Neely. It's the problem. It's him. If it's not something he's controlling and taking full credit, this ain't a credit thing. To work with everybody. It's not a credit. It's what can we do? I've worked with Chief Green. I said, I'm not going to say that. And he has worked with me. And each time we did, it worked out. But when he's told, and after that last one, when I appreciate him doing that, and they caught them people. He put that camera out there, they got the license plate, they got him, and he caught them. But he's told he can't work with me. Chief Green is told he can't work with me. That's crazy. Because I'm going to be out there working for the people. He knows, and I know he's like, I want to stay here. But I can't say that. I feel sorry for the department heads that aren't allowed to do their job because of the mayor. I feel sorry for them. And that's why they keep leaving. Our DPW has left. We have added the police chief before him left. We can't keep a DPW, Department of Public Works, our planning director, our deputy planning director. We've had CFO. I can go down the list. I ain't had time to redo a new list, but they leave because of that. So, but what we do know that the mayor is good at divisiveness, dividing this community, and which does not help Flint. Ashley Capital was a great man. I would have loved to have seen all 8 council members, because all 8 were raised here. Well, not all. All 8 were. All 8 of us voted to support that. It showed unity, a moment and a chance he had for unity. The mayor made it about him. And it was about this community. I wanted to see something that was so historical. The first park, the very first park. All of our parents or somebody worked in General Motors. And you ain't from Flint if ain't nobody in your family working in General Motors. My granddaddies both worked in the foundries. My daddy worked, my dads, and I have 2 dads, loved them equally. Both worked in the foundry, started. I worked their way up to supervision, committeeman. And so my uncle, supervision. So when my mother worked in Buick, come to think about it. And then she decided to stay home to be a housewife. And that park literally was the park that we played in. I played there, my sisters and brothers and cousins. Because back in the day, everybody came to the house. It was all the cousins. And that's back when they had Hamleys, the grocery store. We had to walk to Hamley, because when the cousins came over, I think it was a Red Robin. Oh my goodness. When the cousins came over, it was a lot of folks being fed. We had a lot of bologna, pork and beans and hot dogs was a complete meal. We made Kool-Aid and oat milk jugs and poured sugar in. Yes, we did. We did bologna in the skillet and sliced it down the middle. Yes, we did. We was trying to feed a lot of us. We did. And so those are the things, and look, and we survived. Things that were just simple things. So that was a missed opportunity with Oak Park, that the mayor decided to divide this community and take control. Mayor Neely wanted that park to be a parking lot. Mayor Neely wanted it to be a parking lot. Mayor Neely and his 5 votes wanted it to be a parking lot. Mayor Neely and his 5 votes wanted to be a parking lot, but God said, no, not today. And reworked that thing. Reworked it to where now you have beautiful Oak Park. We able to take the old with the new, the first park that was Flint's history ever erected for people to enjoy and ultimately live in, and then to play in. To live and play. And it was resurrected by working with businesses, Ashley Capital, to resurrect something new for future generations. You have to have a vision. And if you have a leader with no vision, you have a problem. He doesn't have vision. And to be divisiveness, you can't have that. So we're going to go on and look. I told the story, y'all. We was going to be an hour and a half. That did not happen. It did not happen. So listen, Producer Jay, y'all look done. Producer Jay.
That was a lie. That was a lie.
You know what, Producer Jay? So listen, let's go on to, I think I sent you the one. Yeah, well, look, we're going to talk about that. And Battle Flint councilman faces new questions over residency. That article, you can't see the articles with, you have to pay or whatever. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. So this has been sent to the state. It was turned in that he did not live there, his residency. And here's some of the things that cloud this, that are in question. Them saying that he does not live there. And so with him not living there, some of the things that are brought into question are what happens if he votes? What about his past votes and past and future votes? So when we look at the past and future votes, if you do not live there, it's a felony. You take an oath and you do not live there, it is a felony. You cannot do that. You cannot misrepresent an area and not live there. You can't do it. And it's funny that You have a person over there who just keep, and she's weird, something wrong with her, who keeps questioning where I live. But she must have forgot there's text messages still. And the last time she was at my house, when she wants to question where I live, she took what was left over in the bucket of chicken from Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yes, Joyce, she did. You took what was left in the Kentucky Fried Chicken. Before, I didn't know she had issues like this now, but she took it. But check your text messages. She's been to my house too. Everybody has been to my house. That's the funny part. That's the funny part. Check number 6. What has 6 done? I didn't put my resume down there, but what have you done besides cause problem? She up there at the Oak Park screaming and yelling, Tonya, smile. That lady is demented. Went in the chapel of the church at Vernon Chapel, put yellow sticky notes and making derogatory remarks about Mayor Karen Weaver. Go take your meds. Your family know you out here acting and showing your behind. Just craziness. But she's doing it for the mayor, just so that you know. Tanya Burns lives in the 6th ward. Anybody is welcome to come over with food, and we'll discuss anything else. But I need that. This stuff is just crazy. So here's residencies, because here's this being questioned. They want to question mine. I don't care. I've been questioned. My house been put on there. I could care less about any of that. I do not care. So his has been questioned. Matter of fact, producer Jay, what happened when you showed up? Did I know you was coming?
No, I woke you up in that bathrobe and you had that bathrobe on, tied up tight.
So let me tell you, look, Arthur Woodson, sometimes we may think he may be a double agent. Arthur Woodson would tell. If I didn't live where I live, let me tell y'all something. And it's funny, this is what they come up with. Knock yourselves out. You know, that is just funny. So shoot. Somebody said she jacked. Yeah, she took the chicken. She took the bucket of chicken. Because I'm like, well, no, girl, you go ahead and take. We were just, we were talking. We were friends, and she quit talking to me when Mayor Neely. I like to say I was fired, but he actually laid me and Jim Durian off at the same time. And she took the chicken with her. She needs to stop. Something is wrong with her. So over in that echo chamber, they have a whole lot of foolishness and just lies. And it just don't stop. Sheena said, how old is she? About 70, if she not 70. Yes. Too old for that mess. She was walking around. Come over. Don't do that. I'm like, what are you talking about? When the news was talking to me in the Oak Park. Come over here. No, I'm not trying to get your crazy off on me. No, gone somewhere with that mess. But she's Mayor Neely stronghold. So with his residency being questioned, his votes are going to come into question. And that is a part that is very serious. His votes being questioned, which means they can take the past, present, and then the future. And that is serious. So in the article, it states, executive founder of the MAID Institute is shown in the Flint Journal photo. Picture by Jake May. State election officials are reviewing documents that question whether a Flint City Council member lives in the area he was elected to represent. A spokesperson for the Michigan Department of State confirmed the review involving Leon L. Alamine, the embattled city councilman, who is also facing domestic violent assault charges in Genesee District Court. Flint Clerk Davina Donahue triggered the review by forwarding 26 pages of information to the state, including a notarized affidavit from the alleged victim in the criminal case. The information was forwarded to the state includes the addresses where he stayed and so on, which everybody knew he didn't live there. Come on. Elamine did not respond to requests or comment about the residency issue. His attorney, Roland Sizemore of the Manly Law, called the probe another example of malicious city politics. Okay, Roland, you need to check your client because he'd have been back to that house. I don't understand how that PPO ain't been violated. We saw he sent those locations. Thank you to 810 News Media Group, Mickey and Winters. I broke that story with the watch, the Apple Watch with the locations he sent out to 4 people. They broke that. 810 News Media Group every Monday through Friday, 9 to 11 on the bump every morning. And they broke that story. So he got out. He immediately he had a PPO, personal protection order. He sent her location to 4 people. He sent to Liddell Lewis, and Liddell Lewis said, "We're going about 9. Let's go about 9." I guess they was going to go over to the house. The records forwarded to the state don't include a 1-year lease agreement with the tenant, and it goes on. So this is also being investigated. So I guess you just have to wait. And these things don't come by easily. It says he has not attended a city council meeting for more than 6 weeks. And that included a summer break that ended July 23rd. Alameen has previously told him alive that he is innocent of all charges against him and doesn't intend to resign. Well, you keep coming in there voting. That's the problem. So you want to keep stacking up felonies. And once you are actually on there, I was told you have to reapply for he will have to reapply for his, what do you call it? The clean slate law. And so he's got some problems. And so the city charter council states that the city council no qualification, he is convicted. Okay. The city charter states council seats shall be forfeited for charter violation if a member lacks qualifications or is convicted of a felony while holding office. Have to be convicted, not charged. Right now, he is just charged. So when people ask, I want you to have the correct information. He's only just charged. But his residency, Mount Morris police have stated he lives on Sherman. He done got his clothes. He done sent his brother and cousin to come get him. And he showed up, 10 days ago himself. Now that tether should state he was there because it's got a location on it. He was there at the house on Sherman Street. And they still haven't violated that PPO. I ain't never heard of nothing like that. And they asked if he could come into the house. The police was there. She told him no. She stated that she put his clothes in garbage bags and sent them to him. Now, making no contact, to me, what is the purpose of a PPO? That means you don't contact. No contact means no contact. So when you falsify those documents and take that oath and you don't live there, you got a problem. Hamtramck, Detroit, there are several cases of this. You can't do this. Michael Clack said, why don't they get him for dereliction of duty like they were trying to do, y'all, or dock his pay? That's a good one. What house is he tethered to? I don't know, but we do know with the young lady, Nakia Wakes, who's been very vocal, that he come and goes in all them houses as he wants to. As he wants to, is what she was stating, or alleges, because she stated he was coming to her house, she stated in several interviews. And so he was released on $7,500 bond. He goes to court September 23rd. El Alamein is scheduled to hear some evidence against him in his criminal case during a preliminary examination scheduled for September 23rd. His attorney has stated that he did not know that Leon El Alamein was not supposed to go to the house on Sherman Street. Sir, you graduated from law school and you are licensed to practice. And you put that in the article. What do you think a PPO is? That means you can't go there. You can't. And so he sent her location, stalked her through the camera, sent the camera footage to people, showing her getting out the car, coming. 810 News Media Group, again, they gave us that. And they showed that. They broke that story. And so I don't understand why, and this is why women go back, because they don't feel protected. You know, you cannot. He literally was at the house himself. He can't go there. Ain't no assistance. You just don't go. First of all, what you going in to get clothes for when you don't live there? because you live there. And he came with a U-Haul truck. He came with a U-Haul truck, and he came with clothes. So, and this is my thing. I'm like, I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding. This is where the system doesn't work for Black women. And I'm gonna say specifically Black women, because we know that our white counterparts, his ass would have been underneath the jail. And that's what I'm saying. Yes, Producer Jay.
I just find it ironic that he's pulled the Andrew Holmes, which is Andrew Holmes is the Dalton city councilman that didn't show up for work after he was accused of raping that lady in Las Vegas. You know, he didn't show up for months and months. And now Leon has pulled a page out of his book and just ain't showing up.
No, he's not. And I'm gonna tell you, with my attorneys, which y'all know, I appreciate Johnson, Pemberton, Makowski, and for what they do. My attorney says, look, I'm telling you, he says, you know, this is serious for him. If it was only 5 votes and he was one of those 5 votes, and it goes into question, anything that he voted on can be taken to court and it can be challenged. He said, this is a serious problem because he should have never taken that seat. It wasn't that people didn't know. Everybody knew. Everybody knew. I mean, and you cannot do that. And he took that seat, and it's serious. And you can see, and people go to not jail, prison for this. You know, and I'm gonna put this out here. I was told that he wasn't coming in to vote, and you can say it alleged, but I talked to the person. He got upset because he wasn't getting the $150,000 because HUD and ARPA said from the Department of Treasury he couldn't get it from the ARPA funds. He told them that he wasn't coming back because he wasn't getting this $150,000. His agreement was to allegedly, I'll come, y'all vote, y'all make sure I get my money. He didn't get that last ARPA one. I've been asking from the CFO, where is the other? We want to see the rest of the deposits. Where is it at? He went off on the department people that were there. Went off. Disrespectfully. 3 people in that department have quit since he showed his ass. 3 have quit. Part of the reason, him. When they're asking them to do things and telling them, you know, that you have basically, you know, that your job is being held over your head. When the mayor is not calling, just a department head, when the mayor is calling the workers to his office. Never been done before. Making sure you are held to him and your job is being held and dangled over your head, that you work for the mayor, not just for the city. People are quitting. It's a difference when you call them department heads, you have a department meeting. But when you are being summoned to the mayor's office and it's none of those, just because he wants to let you know your job, it's not what you do. It's not what you do. Yeah, and so when we look at these issues,
Donnell Meredith has a question on the screen.
Do you think that he will show up for president or vice president? I don't know, but I can tell you this: if he is casting votes when he's under investigation. He's casting votes while he's under investigation, which he should not be doing. You know, they're investigating him. There was enough evidence that was found that the clerk in her investigation, obviously, that she forwarded to the state of elections and to the attorney general and to the sheriff and to the prosecutor, same 7. And I get people sick of Flint because there's no check and balance. And people say, but this always happened to Flint. But you know what? We got to clean some stuff up. We cannot just pretend like it's going to go away, because it doesn't. It doesn't go away. And so, yeah, this is the hard part where we got to clean house, fix some things, talk about them, go so they don't happen again. So what are some of the things, that vote, whatever money that he's voted on, it could be reversed. It could be reversed. you can't do what he did. You can't pretend like you live somewhere and then decide that, I'm gonna keep the charade. I don't even know if he was keeping this a charade. Because he did it. People saw him, and there's a signed notarized affidavit. That's a problem. So proof of fraudulent residency, establishing fraudulent residency requires sufficient evidence. Well, we know she's got an affidavit. We know that they have interviewing the neighbors. We know that there was a lease. We know that he was taking money from the same house he was saying that he was living in. So challenges to validity of actions, law, or let me put this. Hold on. So what are some of the things that could happen? Criminal charges, voting or attempting, because he's voting on ordinances. He's not legally, allegedly, he's not supposed to be in that seat. So what happens when he shows up? He just keeps compounding the problem. And so what can happen? Criminal charges, voting or attempting to vote in a precinct where someone doesn't reside, can be considered a felony in some jurisdictions. Giving false information regarding residency to establish voter eligibility is also subject to criminal penalties, criminal penalty. Removal from office often outlines the ground for removing elected officials, which may include official misconduct, willful neglect of duty. Fraudulent residency could potentially fall under those categories. For example, Michigan, the governor can remove city or township officials if satisfied that they've engaged in official misconduct, willful neglect, or duty or extortion. Challenges to the validity of actions, laws, and ordinances passed with the official's vote could be potentially challenged. I'm going to say that again. Challenges to validity of actions, laws, or ordinances passed with the officials would be Leon's vote, Leon El-Alamin, could be potentially challenged. So, this is serious. If you don't live in the ward, don't run. You should have ran from Mount Morris Township. Simple as that. And if you don't want people in your business, don't allegedly beat on women. How about that? If you don't want people in your business, don't beat on women. Don't do it. Don't do it. We didn't know that young lady. She reached out to us. So let's go. We're gonna go to this next one, and then we're gonna Seamus. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter kept calling him Simon. They was being called everything in the world. But Seamus Bannon, he the one with the $98,000. We guess that was just on there, but probably a little more. Which he's going to be the chief resilient officer. Can we bring up because we know he's working for the mayor, because he done brought up two whole I ain't going, Lord, he tried it. Yes, Seamus tried it. He came up there and look, he can only not hear when I was talking. He could only hear. But see, when you're getting told you're getting ready to make a $50,000 increase, 50,000 plus increase in your salary, but I need you to go after Tonya Burns, because I have had Mayor Neely in 2020, the second Saturday in March, asked me to go after Councilwoman Monica Galloway. And Seamus, if you had some integrity, and I told the mayor, and that Joyce Wilson was sitting there when he came to Bob Evans, was there for four hours, and I told him I wasn't going to do it. Wasn't going, and I called Councilwoman Monica Galloway to let her know. I called her, and I told him I'm not doing that, because Monica was giving him the fits, ball. Her maids was giving Mayor Neely the fits. And so I called and I told her, you need to know what's going on. I will not be a part of this. And I wasn't. And so he asked me to do it. And I told him, I said, I will not be a part of taking a jewel out of another woman's crown. And I wasn't going to make up lies on Councilwoman Galloway. I have character. I have integrity. I don't know where Seamus is at with these lies, because he is literally stating lies. I have video, and we're going to look at the letters after the video where he done turned in 2 of them. The mayor asked me to do what he's doing now, and I would have got a raise. And I said, no, I'm not doing that. Sometimes you got to, walk in integrity. Sometimes you got to walk in honesty. Sometimes you got to walk in what your character is. Sometimes you got to walk and uphold what is right. You want us to vote on you and you lying? You're clearly lying, writing these fraudulent letters. You letting the mayor make a fool out of you. Seamus, he got you up there showing your anus. You writing these fraudulent letters. Okay, let's play this because we're going to get into the letters right after this.
Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Seamus, what was your former title before?
Grants Management Officer.
And how much did you make there? Because this one, was it the 50,000?
Yeah, so this includes salaries and fringe benefits. This is not just salaries. This includes fringe benefits too. All of those positions.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, it's really hard to, I respectfully, it's really hard to hear. People are chirping at us in the background.
Okay.
So I'm trying to concentrate with what you're saying fully. I want to be engaged.
Oh, again, see, I don't hear that.
No, you can't because you're there, but it's happening. I just want to make sure I can hear you.
So so your former job, what was the title again?
That one, Grants Management Officer.
And you're now Chief Strategy Officer?
Correct.
So this is your salary with fringe benefits?
Correct.
So what, 50,000 is for fringe?
No, that's that grants.
What is your salary?
What is my salary?
What is your salary?
My stuff is right there. You can see it right in front of you. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer.
So the 100,000.
It's right in front of you.
Yeah, but that's not one, because he had a promotion.
I'm sorry.
Was that a promotion?
I got a lot of people. I can't hear you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, he can't hear. He's stating in the background.
You can also call people to order.
Yeah. Well, you're chairing, so
I just wanted to let you know.
But I do know that, but I know you are very good at that. So
you can join me.
I'm gonna stay in my little lane today. And so your former was, who was in your old position now?
Who is that job? That job is getting posted. If you approve this, we're going to post that position.
Okay, so that one will be. So who was the Deputy Communication Director?
The deputy. Where's that? Where's that? That's posted currently. That is posted on our.
So can you tell me, if you just go down, tell me if someone is in this.
Correct.
Like in the job, you have this in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Can you start at the top and just go down so I can write it in?
So the first one is posted on our website and currently vacant.
RL, can you have a seat?
The second one is
Madam Chair.
filled.
Please
Point of
pause
order.
the time. I'm sorry.
Point of order. So just
Yes,
wanted to highlight that Gladys is standing up as well.
I want to see it. I want to hear how much you think. We have the right to.
And that's fine, but I need you to sit down while you do that, please. Thank you. Alrighty, go ahead.
Okay. Second position is filled.
Okay, that's with Tyler's.
Correct.
Okay, Tyler Bailey.
The third position is filled.
Who is that? Could you tell me who they're filled with, please?
Do you know their names? I don't know all the departments' names. Steve, is it Steve? I think it's Steve.
Okay.
Jesus.
Zoning.
RL, stop yelling out.
We got.
Can you, whoever that was, who was that?
Was zoning
it was
coordinators
you.
is filled
So it
too.
was
I don't know
point
the
of
name.
order.
I'm sorry, please pause the time.
Point of order. It was the young lady in the white and red in the back.
I'm sorry, who?
The young lady in the white and red in the aisleway.
Ma'am, please stop hollering out so that we can hear. Ma'am, please stop hollering out so that we can hear. Yeah, thank you. Please continue.
So zoning,
Yeah, I don't know the name of the person, but it's zoning coordinator position. There's a planner one. I believe there's more than one planner one that works for the city on different.
you don't know how many we have as planners.
I think we've got two.
Is this vacant or?
There's somebody in there. I'm just not sure which one
I
is.
thought we just had a planner resign.
This planner one is currently filled.
Okay. Deputy Communications Director.
That is posted. That's a job posting.
Okay, that's posted.
Right.
CFO, so this is just a portion of your salary, Mr. Moore, that's coming out of that grant. What is your total salary?
I don't know what your total salary is.
Our last one made 150. It's not a rock. It's not a secret. You have a contract.
Yeah, I have a contract. I don't know for sure. I believe it's like 130.
130. Okay. This is what I was saying. So Seamus, with yours, is this because some of this, because if I'm looking at yours, I know what the percentages means because some of them, they may come from different grants.
Yeah, I'm fully reliant on grant funds. My position is fully grant funded. I am an exempt employee, which means if I don't have the
Okay,
funding,
hold on just a second, because this is
I'm out of job.
0.75. So what is your total salary?
98.
98?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and grants management, who's the grants manager? Is that open or vacant?
That will be posted pending approval of this acceptance of this grant.
So, and so on this sheet, so people will know, these are percentages. So there's a percentage, and I know the grants can come from different grants to fund a full salary. And so these are not 100%
Thank
funded.
you.
Simons, okay, I have the Community and Business Services Director. That position is open, and is that position posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next, I have the Deputy Communications Director. That position is
Open
and
posted.
And then we have the Grants Management Officer.
Correct.
Open and posted?
Not posted. No, not posted. It's reliant. We're not going to post the job. It's reliant on this being passed, so we can post it then.
Okay. Now, I'm missing someone. The zoning coordinator, who is that?
I'd have to ask Tyler Bailey that question, who that person is.
Okay. You know what? We've never received the organization chart.
Did they not get it in the budget?
I don't even know. I mean, we need an updated organization chart with everything. And I know we have other grants. I know we have other grants here in the city that have positions.
I was just asking Mr. Moore if that was given during the budget hearings, and we believe it was given. Every department gave their during the budget hearing sessions.
I want names and within this organization chart.
Okay.
As well as all of the grant positions.
But you did receive the organizational chart of the positions. Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to understand what you received.
I want names of the people who work in the city under, the organization chart. As far as like the administration and who have positions. And I'm talking about all of the grant positions, because this is not the only grant that we have, right?
Oh, correct. Yeah, but it's to accept this grant. It's not to accept multiple grants. That's why you want to have that.
I understand
Okay.
that, Simons.
Okay. I'm
Please
Seamus.
do not insult my intelligence, okay? This is for this grant,
Right.
but I know we have other grants in the city, okay?
I can't hear
And
you.
I'm just asking for an organizational chart, okay? With names.
Okay.
Thank you for this. We had to fill in the names, and thank you, but
I just so you know, I got that request at 3:45 today. That's the best I could get for
Oh,
you.
you did?
Yeah, 3:45 today. I got the request officially.
oh,
We can cut it.
Because
So he is rude. He is disrespectful, and he's not honest. He's not. Used to be good, but we're gonna talk about. Let's put up them letters. So Seamus has sent 2 letters. So he's gone from $50,000 to $98,000. Is what he's saying. So from 58 to 98,000. So 50,000 to 98,000. That's a huge increase. So what has he done to deserve to have such a huge increase? Well, we know that Seamus has been good at sending letters about me. And the letters have been chocked full of lies. Lies, 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 lies. And so it's really shameful because the basic thing that, and let me sit down now. I'm going to start with this one first. Yeah. So he sent 2 letters in to me and then about incidents that really did not even happen. So on this one, Seamus says, so Seamus gets a $50,000 raise for making lies, for lying on clearly me, which I guess that's what you get a raise for. So in this letter, this one was June 5th. I got 2 letters he sent. So he gets a $50,000 raise for lying. It says, June 5th, to all city council members, subject formal complaint and request on the record apology regarding misrepresentation of statements of Councilwoman Tonya Burns during 6/4/2025 special city council meeting and subsequent finance meeting. Dear honorable council members, I am writing to formally complain about the inaccurate statements made by Councilwoman Burns during the finance committee meeting on 6/4. These statements directly misrepresented a comment that I made earlier in that evening during a special council meeting. During a special council meeting on 6/4, while speaking in favor of the resolution to fund Job Corps with $25,000, Councilwoman Burns asked me if anyone had reached out to Congress or senators in D.C. My exact response, which can be verified, and the official record was yes. And I'm telling y'all, I sent him the video and sent a letter, and he lied. Received and said yes. The statement was made clearly and concisely, referring specifically to the officials' outreach, not any individuals. Please refer to official meeting video. Yep, and I did, and you lied. However, during the subsequent finance meetings on 6/4/25, Councilwoman Burns twice informed my colleague, Shebra Ward, that I had stated Ms. Ward had conversations with a Congresswoman, Kristen McDonald-Ribbit. This is unequivocally false. I never made such a statement. My comments specifically referred to the city's official outreach, and I did not. This is the day I believe she came in. They didn't think she was coming in. She was watching and came in. But we covered all this before. Ms. Ward said that her work had been solely with local agencies, something I mentioned on a number of occasions in the earlier round of discussions. Hold on, because it's a second page to it. Now, he wants me to apologize. I need him to apologize for being a liar. It says, the committee meeting appropriately, and we'll get to timestamp. The misrepresentation of my statements, Councilwoman Burns, is not merely on inaccuracy. It directly undermines my professional credibility within my community. My professional reputation is paramount. Well, same as you destroy that on your own. And this must be, these unfounded claims have been made on a public record. Yeah, kind of like the ones he made on mine. Therefore, in addition to requesting that this matter be officially addressed and that the appropriate action be taken to correct the record, I am further requesting on-the-record apology from Councilwoman Burns in the same public forum in which the misrepresentation occurred. It is essential that the integrity of council proceedings and the restoration of my professional standing, that the falsehood be corrected with the same visibility and original utterance. I am prepared to provide the specific video footage referencing these timestamps to appropriate city officials upon request. Yeah, well, we looked at him, Seamus, you lied. He presented a second one. His second letter, and yeah, this is his second one. And his second letter, because he is a letter writing person. Truth don't be in him, but he'll write the letters. So you get a $50,000 raise. This isn't our first rodeo. We had these same letters where the mayor got people to make false statements and letters that we were harassing them. And literally, Lauren of the purchasing department stated, "Man, I had an argument." It is literally on video. Girl, I had not even talked to you. What are you talking about? I said, "Hey, Lauren, I'm not really going to talk to you because you were at the opening of the bids for the trash, and I was there." And she said, "Yeah, we were there," and that was it. Nothing else. Everything else, I had not even talked to this lady before. And so the fact that you got city employees who are willing to make letters, making false statements is a problem. You want to talk about integrity? He had Amanda did one against Dennis. Robert Whittigan did one against Councilman Mays, and Lauren did one against me. Why? Because when you don't agree with what the mayor says, he gets these people to come and talk. And I'm going to keep talking about you because y'all going to stop this corrupt crap. You do this stuff, you lie, I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about you. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to show where you're wrong. I'm going to talk about it. Because what you're not going to do is slander my name. You're not going to do that. We have been through this with them sending 3 letters. We've been through this. And so now here comes Seamus. Seamus, somebody did this before you even came to the city to work. This was done. So in this letter, here's his second one. He claims I threatened him. And we're going to show the video to show that didn't happen. So he sends this one. This is a letter, Chief Strategy Officer. Oh, that's the wrong. I need the other one. Oh. Y'all, I'm sorry. I got to pull it up. Because Seamus is, you get a $50,000 raise when you write letters and you lie on them. Because that's what he did. That's exactly what he did. Okay. And then he come to he came here on 6/25. So in the month of June, he wrote 2 letters about me. 2 letters to all city council members and the Ethics and Accountability Board. Subject formal complaint regarding intimidation, abuse of authority, and false accusations by Councilwoman Burns before the June 10th Ethics and Accountability Board meeting. Can't make this up. Dear honorable council members and board members, I am writing to file a formal complaint regarding the inappropriate and intimidating conduct, including false accusations displayed by Councilwoman Tonya Burns immediately preceding the Ethics and Accountability Board on June 10th. Her actions constitute a serious breach of professional decorum and an apparent attempt to suppress legitimate communication. The professional decorum is you are habitual, pathological, chronic liar, Seamus. That's what you have proven. And then you decide to put it in ink and paper. See, the mayor don't care you're going to be a sacrificial lamb. The mayor don't care he's sending you up here to do his grunt work. The mayor doesn't care that you are willing to take the bait and the 50,000 and have yourself and your reputation destroyed. He don't care. You are taking the bait and he don't care. And his video. Prior to the formal commencement of the Ethics and Accountability Board meeting, Councilwoman Burns approached me. She requested that I step out into the hallway to discuss the complaint letter I had previously sent regarding her misrepresentation of my statements. I attempted to decline this private discussion, preferring to engage within the established and transparent channels of communication. You a liar. When I would not engage in the private conversation as she wished, Councilwoman Burns made a direct and overtly and overtly intimidating statement to me, clearly audible and captured on the live recording taking place for the meeting. She stated, "The mayor has you all sending out letters and you all better stop that." I'm going to read that again. "The mayor has you all sending out letters and you all better stop that. The statement is deeply concerning for several reasons. One, false accusation. Councilman Burns' assertion that the mayor has you all sending out letters entirely. He did it before. He did it before you were there, Seamus. So stop. And he asked me to do it. I know how he rolled. I want to be unequivocally clear. I have initiated and sent my complaint letters regarding her conduct on my own volition and as a direct result of her actions and the direction of prompting of the mayor or any other city official. This false claim appears to be an attempt to misrepresent my legitimate professional actions as being politically motivated or directed. Seamus, I'll let you show and tell people how you were upset because your daycare problems, which is not the city problems, on my time. Number 2, direct intimidation. The phrase, "You all better stop that," and he put like 3 or 4 exclamation marks, y'all, is a clear attempt to intimidate and silence me, and by extension, my colleagues, from exercising our right to communicate concerns or information through proper channels. No, but when I'm going to check you on a lie, I sure am. And when you step up to that podium, you have a responsibility as a city official to be truthful, to be respectful, and not to lie. Nowhere in that Flint City Charter does it tell you to get up there and lie. Then he states and goes down. Number 3, abuse of official authority. Councilwoman Burns utilized her position as a council member with a public meeting setting, even prior to her official start, to issue what amounts to a veiled threat aimed at curbing professional communications, including formal complaints. This constitutes potential abuse in her official capacity. Number 4, attempt to undermine professional conduct. My prior complaint letter followed professional protocol being sent council members, to city clerk, HR department, and my supervisor. Councilwoman Burns' attempts to pressure me privately and then publicly issue a warning is an attempt to undermine those professionals. This dude he needs to quit. He needs not, and I'm not saying just stop with this nonsense, but he needs to quit. This is not what we need in this city. Number 5, further evidence of a pattern of misconduct. The current statement, including the false accusation, further demonstrates a pattern of unprofessional behavior and a disregard for appropriate conduct in public office, particularly following her previous misrepresentation of my statements during a public meeting and subsequent dissemination of personally attacking my response to almost 500 city employees. Yeah, I sent the letter back. I absolutely responded to your lie, because if you come for me, I'm coming back at you with the truth. I possess video evidence of the interaction, including Councilwoman Burns' explicit statement, and I am prepared to provide it in the appropriate city officials upon request. He always got a video where don't show what he's saying. The videos do not coincide, nor do they support his lying statements. I request that this serious matter be officially investigated and addressed to the city council. It is imperative that city employees and citizens feel safe and unthwarted and unthreatened when engaging with their elected officials, and that professional communication channels and respect not be suppressed through intimidation channels. I am available to provide further investigation. I look forward to your prompt attention to this matter. Okay, so I sent you the 810 News Media Group. This dude didn't do nothing but just lie. It's on video. So here it is. I arrived. I believe it's at the 12-minute mark. I arrived. Michael Clack is there because Michael Clack wanted to address the fact that they stated he was the man in the blue shirt, when in fact the man in the blue shirt stood up and said, "I'm the one who did the talking. I'm the man in the blue shirt." He was there. Mickey and Winters was there. And so at this time, I walk in. So I didn't threaten him. And look, no one, I want you to take a look. No one looks changed. You got Linda Booth there. You got Michael Clack's there. You got William Harris is there. You got Shaxta. You got Mickey and Winters. So watch the door when I come in and see if I threaten him, because he said he got video. Now I want to know why lying mayor got his lying folks lying like him. He getting a $50,000 raise to continue to lie, because this is all a lie. let's roll the videotape he said he got of evidence.
Hey, how you feel about that budget now? 13.4 million? Well, I'm looking at what I consider
Same with councilman.
yeah, wasn't that a fumble roost? Hey! Hey!
Oh, look, the council gonna show up more council people than the neighborhood.
I ain't gonna front. No explanation.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So there are questions that we did not get.
Yes.
And so did you get word 5? Said I turned it into, I gave you time stamp where she did not know.
No.
Yeah, they have y'all send letters. I need to stop at that.
That's all we get.
It's the ENA board. Ethics accountability.
Okay, you can stop it. Where was the threat? Where was the threat? Nobody stopped doing what they were doing. Patrick Julian had his phone the whole time. He didn't even look up. Wasn't no voices raised, wasn't no yelling. There was no threat. But this lying ass person continues to make these fraudulent, lioness letters to affect my reputation. And you're doing this for a $50,000 raise. You want to be a department head and you can't tell the truth? I did. I said, well, hey, because they were in there with the meeting. I wasn't loud. The meeting hadn't started. I was not in his face up to him. It was just, I said, hey, well let's talk, you want to step out in the hallway so we can talk. I didn't say to him, in the threatening tone, step your butt out in the hallway. It wasn't none of that. Hey, you want to step in the hallway so we can discuss it like professionals do. But when someone sends a lying letter and you challenge them on their lie, he comes up with more lie. And Seamus, I'm going to keep talking about because you're wrong. You're not what the city needs. When you put a lying letter out there and you put it in AI to make your lie sound good, I'm going to challenge you and check you because you cannot be over people when you don't have a relationship with the truth. This man is clearly not threatened. My voice wasn't raised. No one stopped what they were doing. He lied. Absolutely, I got a right. But where did the letter come? I wanted to know what was going on. Not as if I didn't know what the letter was coming, because I know Amanda sent the letter in on Dennis Pfeiffer. Robert Winnigan went on Mays. And Lauren Riley sent a letter in on me. The mayor recruits these people. He makes you do his dirty work. And I hope you're watching because you done fell in line with the other folks to do his dirty work. And I said in the last minute, you used to be able to ask questions, was good at your job. But now you're just good at lying. You wasn't threatened. I didn't threaten you. I don't come there for that. I don't have time for that. But when you want to lie because you're going to get a raise, in order for you to get that raise, to get that chief resilient officer job, you got to tear me down. You got to lie on me. You got to stand on that lie. For you to become a department head and to be over other people, that in order for you to do it, you got to tell a lie to get what you want. This is the video. You are a liar. It didn't happen. People weren't alarmed. Nobody put their phone down. Nobody said, hey, Councilwoman Burns, what's going on? Councilwoman Burns, hold on, don't do that. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. He acted like I went in there and cussed him out. Didn't happen. Didn't even use a cuss word. I'm holding my purse, my keys, my hand on the table. Tell me what's threatening. This man is a professional liar. So he did it because he wants to get a $50,000 raise. He's beholden to the mayor who's got him doing his dirty work. See, I walked in integrity. I have character. I'm not going to lie for you, because if it means for me to lie, for me to destroy another person, I'm not going to do it. When the mayor sat down with me at Bob Evans that second Saturday in March and asked me to go after Monica Galloway because they was lighting them up, I wouldn't do it, and I didn't do it because you don't have the right to destroy people's lives. You're not going to sit up and walk all over Tonya Burns. That's what you're not going to do. I'm not going to allow you to lie. I'm not going to allow you to take pen to paper to tell a lie. I'm not going to allow you to destroy my character, to destroy my reputation. You don't have that kind of power over me. As a white man, you're not going to do it. I'm going to check you. I'm going to challenge your words, your lies. Because that's what I'm supposed to do. Because I come there to do the work. Seamus, you coming there to tell lies, putting the pen to paper. They don't get mad because I responded and I sent mine out to everybody. Absolutely. Because when you told the lie, that's where I'm going to correct your lie. Stop lying, and I won't have to have communication with you. Stop lying. I might threaten you, but that gets you a 50,000. You did the letters for the mayor, and now you get to do what you want to do. So, listen. Producer Jay, look, I need y'all to donate. Producer Jay did his thing. If you're Oak Park is having their picnic, go out to Oak Park and he got Back to the Bricks. Go out and enjoy. Both those are going to be safe events. Go out and have a good time. Enjoy yourself. Go out and have a good time. So if you have not donated, and thank you to all of you who did donate. And I don't even have the leaves. I know that Johnny G did, Reed did, Patrick Jean did. I know that it was Diane or Debbie Thornton. One of the twins did. And if you couldn't and you wanted to, thank you. So any and everybody who did donate, look, I want you to know that I appreciate you. Berta, baby! I appreciate you for donating. And I appreciate each of you giving and sharing your time with us today. If you'd like to donate, please kindly donate to Cash App, $ Producer J 1987. To everyone who did donate, please know that we appreciate you giving us your time. The church van will be ready after the service. I can't stand you, Patrick J. Oh, Justice, to truth be told, say it again. I didn't see truth be told. I'm gonna have to scroll back up. Because Jessica gave a comment. Look, I don't even know, where's my little cursor thing? Where's truth? Truth be told must have said something good. I'm trying to see the little, what's it? I can't see. Okay, I was trying to see what you, but listen, I just want everyone to, I want everybody to know I appreciate you. And I appreciate my moderators, Patrick Jean and Sheena Beckton. I appreciate them taking the time to make sure that in our chat, we can all have comments and good dialogue, and it can all be life-changing. I appreciate the interaction between each and every one of us. I truly, truly do. And so I need each and everyone to click like, share, and subscribe. If you are not a subscriber, please subscribe to this channel. I'm also on another platform too, the Flint Urban News Station Flint. I'm also on that station too. So if you have not donate to $ Producer J 1987. Producer J, thank you for today, and thank you for, I thought I was going to do an hour and a half. That did not happen. We are officially at, when we came on, we got started a little behind schedule. We have officially, y'all, we on here 4 hours and 10 minutes. I was waiting for the seconds. 4 hours and 10 minutes. So, and I did not get to everything. I did not. So this has been 4 hours and 10 minutes. And I want to tell everybody, I appreciate each and every one of you. And please like, share, and subscribe. Producer J, thank you today. Thank you to the moderators. I appreciate Sheena and Patrick. And thank you for Producer J for making sure you provide a place and a space so the information can be delivered into 810 Flint, into 81 News Media Group. Those are other stations. So 81 News Media Group, they're going to keep picking up that box. And there's nothing we can do. And we've discussed it before. I don't know if y'all were there or not. We have. It's nothing we can do. They are not courteous people. And as long as they are chairing those meetings, they're going to continue to pick that box up. Rule 5.2, Rule 5.5. Those rules state if you want your name to be in the box, get there before the meeting starts, because they're going to pick up those boxes. Before the time posted for the meeting to start. Before the time posted, be there. So say a prayer for the city of Flint. Y'all go out. The sun is shining. Enjoy the beautiful day. Enjoy your day. So Producer Jay, put the wind down music on. I'm sending from my heart to y'all peace and love. I hope everybody has. Producer, anything you want to close with? He done got quiet.
No, ma'am, you got it.
All right. Look, I appreciate each and every one of y'all for staying on there with us. Thank you for sharing your time. We appreciate you, and thank you for those who donated and for those who wanted to donate but could not. We thank you for being on to support the platform. You can always support by click, like, and sharing. So if you have not hit that like button, click like and share. So we are out of here. Y'all, look, enjoy. Throw some purple hearts in the chat. Throw some purple hearts with domestic violence. If you want to get out of domestic violence, contact me. There's a 800 hotline. And get out. Get out. Make a plan to get out. So Producer Jay, we out of here. Thank y'all.
It's the Tonya bird show, don't you know? Like and share, let's make it glow. Flint City News, we bring the heat. When we fight, we beat defeat. I won't give up, I won't stand down. The city's heart will never drown. Together we rise, we've got the power. In unity we find the hour. The residents deserve much more. Break these chains open.